deal. Truly, truly, truly. £14.95 is your price for all of this today. I can't get over that. If you think 100 metres of your wire, you'd be happy to pay £14.95 just for that, really.
And it'll go on and on and on for ages. I mean, I've hardly touched it just to do that little bit there, but amazing, great value.
And the thing is as well, with 025, it's one of those that it will go on for ages and ages, but I personally use a lot of it, because if you are weaving with it, because it is so intricate, you use a lot of it as well, if that makes sense, doesn't it? So this is always a great one to have in your stash, and I always think this is 025 for me is the one that you need plenty of in your stash. So let's talk through your other pieces, because I've got to say, wearable and elegant as well. Truly, truly.
Well, I think the shell pearl and the amethyst just were perfect together. And then I just made the drop pendant just by simply just scrunching it all together, rolling it in my hands and flattening it out, and then just stitching through the amethyst. And I did the same with the earrings, although I didn't put the amethyst on the earrings, I left them plain.
I love these earrings. How long did these earrings take you?
Oh, seconds. You just pull some of the wire off, roll it, and it's done.
They are so wearable, aren't they? Really, really wearable. How beautiful. And finally, can we just look at this? I love, love, love that you didn't even take this off the strand. This is still on its official strand.
Yeah.
You haven't done anything with this apart from added a clasp at the back.
Well, it looks so
and
beautiful
added this detail.
That it just seemed a shame to sort of cut it up, really. So yeah, just twisted some of the 0.25, just to add that little bit of detail to it, and left it as it was.
I adore it. I think that's so clever. Why overwork it when you don't need to? It's already got the knots in between, it's graduated for you, and then you've just added this detail. What was the inspiration for this, the gold?
I don't know, I didn't want to just wrap around it. So I thought I wanted to make a focal point of the bead, the largest bead in the middle. So thought I'd wrap around that a few times, and the gold with the purple was perfect. So yeah, it just evolved.
That is so beautiful. Janet, I've had such a crackle with you today.
Thank you.
Tell me when you're on with us next.
When am I on? 16th.
What are you doing, do you know?
16th.
That's not far off.
It's a late show, actually.
Is it?
Yes, my first late show.
You're going to have so much fun, and joining stars such as wonderful Sara Elvin. You're on tonight, love. You are indeed. You excited?
I am, very excited.
Have you been given anything to play with yet?
I've been given a kit, which I've already made a necklace from, and I'm partway through a bangle.
Ooh, I love that necklace. She's already had a little bit of a play with the necklace and everything. I can't wait to see that. Janet, you're a total love. I will see you on the crossover on the 16th, I reckon. Are you coming with me? Let's go and see what's going on over here. You alright there, my love?
Always, how are you?
Not too
right?
bad, not too bad.
Yes.
Good stance all in all. Look at this. Yeah. That's a strong stance. Again, kind of matchy.
Yes, that's it. Well, I got the red email.
Did you? Good, good.
That's it.
What have you got on today, my love?
Incredible deals throughout, including our superstar buy, brand new strand of Labradorite. And it's going to be launched at under £10.
No way.
And I can show you that it's got lots of lovely labradorescence. Is it not coming through on screen?
Wow.
Irritating. I will find it before 8:45.
You will find some. I am absolutely sure.
You can see it all here, can't you?
It's got so many beautiful pieces in there. There truly, truly is. You've got the wonderful Sara Elvin on as well, who's getting herself mic'd up. I better jog on and let you get along with it. You've got so much going on.
Yes, lots of
Have
deals.
a
I'll let
lovely
you go.
show. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow. Have I got Laura Binding? I think I do.
Wire work inspiration from 1 p.m.
Spellbinding Laura Binding. Have a lovely evening. Have fun.
See you later. Okay, well, time to get the late show up and running then. So as you can see, lots and lots of deals. The kit that Sara has been working with and she'll be continuing to work with throughout the first part of the show is this incredible 3-strand kit, and this is what's going to make the kit so popular. Have a look at these findings. Here we go. The little spring-like coils, which are so popular. Perfect for enhancing any design. Almost act as little bead caps or spacers, a little bit of detail within your designs. These come as part of the kit, so the kit's going to prove to be very, very popular this evening. We've got so many deals coming up before 9 p.m. Of course, our job on the Late Show is to allow you to maximise on your 1 P&P per day by finding you and add it to your order price. It could be that these gorgeous chains are the kind of thing you're looking for to create some very fashionable, on-trend jewellery designs, and this is coming up as a star buy in about 25 minutes, and not long to wait for the first deal at all. As I say, every single item we bring you is intended to be presented as an add it to your order price to allow you to maximise on our risk-free shopping experience here at Jewellery Maker. Now, a few of the items you're going to see are going to be a little bit low in stock, and it could be that this is your last opportunity to get involved with these deals. We're going to kick off with these gorgeous Keshi pearls, but I have to warn you, I've only got single figures of availability, so if you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. Put yourself to the front of the queue. As ever, here at Jewellery Maker, you've got 30 days to get this home and appreciate it in the flesh before you make your final decision. Of course, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Now, if you do want to get involved with this deal, start dialing the free phone number. You can always put the phone down, but when the last few in stock have sold out, I don't know when we'll be able to bring you some more. I don't even know if we'll ever be able to bring you more of this exact style of Keshi pearls. Now, these are really interesting. They're very versatile because you've got this silver green tone to the pearls, so it's quite a pastel, fresh green tone, which is going to work in lots of different designs. Alternatively, you could play on the silver sheen that you've got to these pearls and, of course, match them up with, I would say, complementary metal tones. But I think a lot of the times when we're working with gemstones, they almost provide us with a sort of metallic shimmer to them. It's going to enhance our designs because of a very traditional look within jewellery, particularly bespoke jewellery designs. So the irregularities are really coming to the forefront of your design because of that metallic pearl essence that you get from this particular strand of Keshi pearls. The pearls themselves range in size from 8x7 to 12x7, so slight variation in the sizes and the shapes, but again, I think that's going to provide your designs with lots of texture. As I say, single figures of availability, so if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price. $9.95 for genuine cultured pearls. Keshi pearls tend to be very popular here at Jewellery Maker, and I think it is because they fit so many different designs. They provide you with lots of texture, lots of character. Of course, people can see that you've managed to source genuine cultured pearls. No one's going to mistake these for faux pearls. And actually, that's the beauty of the irregularities in the sizes and the shapes, because it feeds in to the fact that these are an organic mineral, that Mother Nature has played her hand, if you like, in creating these. And not creating perfect rounds, but instead creating a gemstone for every single jewellery making scenario. Some of them are quite leaf or petal shaped almost, so they would work in designs in that way. Absolutely adore these Keshi pearls, and very, very popular for bridal wear, particularly because they work so well on tiaras and hair combs, because of that sort of natural flow that you've got to the gemstone itself. Lots of people getting involved now on the free phone number. If you want to get involved, you can add these to your basket at jewellerymaker.com, but we've only got one strand remaining in stock, so we're very, very busy tonight, proving to be a very popular strand. So as I say, you don't have to make your final decision right now. This is just a signal of intent. You can get them home, and you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to appreciate this item. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. We're moving on to, sorry? 18, sorry. Absolutely beautiful. Let's have a look at the colour tones on this particular strand. Absolutely gorgeous. Now each and every gemstone on this strand is a different form of grossular garnet. You've got your green garnet, also known as the asparagus stone. Then you've got this rich honey-like tone coming through here as well. I assume that this is going to be a variety of hessonite garnet. And then you've got your rich red garnet as well. These are the two you want to focus on. Only for a frivolous reason, sorry director, but get ready. Go! Start dialing that free phone number. Once again, we only have a limited number available. I've never seen this strand before. I've never seen this variety of garnet all on one strand. So you've got the greens, beautiful golden tones, as well as those rich red hues, which are probably most traditionally associated with this gemstone. But as I say, actually, it is the green variety that's probably more common in terms of how much of it forms, but of course the red garnet tends to be the colour tone that people associate with the gemstone. But this again allows you lots of design scope because you've got this variation of colour tones, and there's a slight variation in the sizes as well. These are top drilled pear drops, so very easy to create matching sets of jewellery. And I can tell you that this particular strand of garnet comes from our Gems of Distinction range and has never previously been reduced in price, but tonight, for the last in stock, I'm going to give you your first ever price reduction, and I would predict probably the final ever price reduction, because I think that this is going to be a sellout strand tonight. We're talking about January's birthstone here. 3 different varieties of garnet, and garnet of course is one of those gemstones which isn't actually a family of gemstones. It's not a species, it's more of a type of gemstones, because each different variety of garnet has a different set of chemical properties that make it up, and so as a result you get a very similar crystal formation but not the same chemical formation creating those beautiful gemstones. And that's why you get this variety of colour tones. That's why these alternative colour tones within garnet are known as the grossular garnets. One really interesting thing about garnets is that it has a very traditional crystal formation, 6-sided crystal, the same as we'd see in a diamond. And so as a result of that isometric cubic structure, you get a single refractive index, so you get that beautiful colour tone that comes through. And here, because of the polished finish, you've got a very high-end look to your jewellery designs. Okay, we only have a limited number available. We've already got lots of interest coming through on the free phone number. If you want to get involved, start dialing right now, because this was originally launched at $16.95. Already represents easily the best value on the market for the carat weight and the quality of the gemstones here, combined with the finish. Look at how beautifully polished these are. $16.95, an absolute steal of a deal for January's birthstone. But we're not staying there, we're about to move on, because we're taking it down to $9.95, a Gems of Distinction strand of garnet, green garnet, red garnet, and your beautiful hessonite garnet, all on one strand, all for $9.95. I wonder if we can have a little look at this with a little bit of light going through it, just so we can pick out those beautiful red tones. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. $9.95. That can only be described as a clearance price, because you're working with a very recognisable birthstone. Always nice to be able to offer your customers the alternative varieties as well, as I think most people would associate the gemstone with these rich red colour tones. There we go then. Let's have a look. So we see the red gemstones coming through, but these lime greens not always associated with the gemstone. Lots of people flying through now. It looks to me like this could be a sellout. I'll just do a quick count at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29 on this particular strand. So close to 10 matching sets, I suppose. Absolutely gorgeous. Sarah, you're all mic'd up and ready to go now.
I am.
I wasn't ignoring you at the start of the show, I was just waiting for you to get prepared. Do you like to work with this beautiful gemstone? I mean, obviously it's a birthstone.
Yeah, I'd love to work with that because it's so unusual and it's so different to be able to offer people that, even if you're making for yourself. I mean, I love garnets, but to get them in this different variety of colours is a real pleasure.
Absolutely.
And, you know, to have so many on a strand as well. It's not a small strand of gemstones there. You've got plenty on there. You're going to be able to make lots of pieces of jewellery, or you could really go out and just maybe make one real all-out statement piece.
Showcase piece.
Yeah, but why not? You know, and if this is your birth gemstone, you know,
I
you
suppose
might.
at £9.95 you can do that, can't you?
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Well, that's a price reduction. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was originally launched at £16.95 for the last in stock. Producer D's feeling generous.
I'd be getting 2 or 3 at that price because you just don't know when those are going to come round again, if they ever do. And if it is your birth gemstone, you might have an idea in mind where you want to maybe make 2 or 3 different suites of jewellery and maybe separate out the colour tones.
I was going to say that actually, so you could separate, if you had 2 strands, for example, you're bound to end up with enough greens, enough reds, enough gold and garnet there to make 3 different sets of
and
jewellery.
that means you can wear your birth gemstone with many outfits and have the perfect suite of jewellery to go
practically
with
any
it.
outfit, of course, because you've got, well, reds, greens, yellows. I suppose you're only missing a blue, but you're not going to get a blue garnet.
No. But it is an amazing strand, and I love those polished pear shapes. They are really versatile.
Yeah.
If you like me and love flowers, they make beautiful flowers.
Oh, because the petals.
They make petals. Or you can make leaves if you want to use the green ones for leaves.
The green ones could be leaves, couldn't
they? So you
they?
could use the red ones and make all your flowers, use the green ones as leaves, and you've got a vine type project all in one gemstone strand.
I love that idea, because like sort of inspired by nature designs tend to be very popular at the moment, don't they? Very on trend, so that's a great idea.
I suppose it's of the season as well. Things are starting to spring into
spring,
life, so you know.
Good thinking. Clues in the title, Ed. There are lots of people getting involved with this deal. We've even gone global, sending a strand of this over to Bertha in Colorado. That just goes to highlight the incredible value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. The best value on the market for genuine gemstones, because of course we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. Now, any price reduction you see on the channel this evening will only be available for 60 minutes. So if you want to get involved with that, even if you're umming and ahhing, my advice would be to get it home, really utilise the price reduction and the 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision, rather than trying to see exactly what the gemstones will be like through the screen. I think most people are in agreement that you've got to have them in your hand. You've got to match them up with other gemstones to really appreciate whether they're going to work within your designs. Would you agree with that, Sarah?
I would, and I always take my gemstones outside. I always take them into natural daylight. If you get a sunny day, brilliant. Even if it's an overcast day, natural daylight on gemstones does something different than incandescent sort of artificial light, if you like.
Absolutely agree.
And it just changes the feel of them. So even if you were thinking maybe, take them out into daylight, and you might just get a completely different feel for them. And that's what you're going to be wearing them. You're going to be wearing them in light inside. You're going to be wearing them outside. You're going to be wearing them possibly in low light at night time.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's
I
worth
think
looking
that's
at them.
fantastic advice, actually, because I totally agree with you. Sometimes gemstones don't really come to life until you see them in natural light, do they?
Well, now have a look in all 3 different sort of formats, because gemstones have typically changed their nature depending on what light they're in, so they would give you a completely different feel. So it's brilliant.
We've had a little text. It's coming from Tracy. It says, "Hi Ed." I've got to look up here because my eyesight's not good enough. "Hi Ed, those are so pretty. Is there any opal on tonight's show?" That's a great question, and one that I will now put to my producer, the lovely Dion, this evening. There is, and it's coming up in the 7 p.m. hour. Is that correct? There you go. So stay tuned till 7 p.m. Tracy. We've got some opal coming up. Of course, then we're talking about October's birthstone. Right, so we've been on this one for a little bit of a while now. It looks like it's going to be a sellout strand, but congratulations to everybody coming through. We're going to move on. We're going to challenge Sarah now. So actually, Sarah's already received the kit, but nobody else has had the chance to see what you get hold of. So let's have a look. So you're already working with this one, Sarah?
I've been a bit sneaky, I've started, yeah.
That's all good, that's all good, because we've already got some inspiration to show everyone. We will be going over later to see exactly how many pieces Sarah manages to create with this kit, but have a look at the gemstones you've got here. Very apt name for this kit, Beautiful Elegance. Absolutely love this one. You've got 30 carats of beautiful sky blue apatite there. It's quite a bold, almost, I would say almost an electric blue there rather than a sky blue really, but very, very interesting tones that you've got there. And again, it depends what you're going to match it up with, of course. If you're going to place it next to these more subtle feminine tones that you're getting here from your rectangles, which is actually 110 carats of lavender amethyst. They're 10 by 8 mil. Then all of a sudden you start to pick out more of those subtle sky blue hues, I think. And on top of that, you also get 150 carats of white moonstone. Very, very long strand here. Now these are your organic style nuggets, so a real sense of irregularity in the size and the shapes of these gemstones. No two are the same. But actually, again, that could feed into your designs and provide you with a little bit of texture, a little bit of diamondism really. So those nuggets range in size from 6 by 4 to 20 by 10. So as I say, a huge range of shapes and sizes and a real organic finish to the gemstones themselves. That's not all you get. Wow, just so I can show you, look how long this strand of moonstone is. You get a lot of gemstones on there. Very organic finish. Just to give you an idea, this is probably more like a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker, the lavender amethyst. A lot of moonstone on there. There you go. So you also get your threading materials. These are essential, of course. You've got your gold beading thread. You've got 50 meters of that. You've got 6 meters of elastic and 80 meters of monofilament. On top of that, you've also got your rose gold plated copper findings. So I'm feeling like this has quite a feminine feel to it now with the lavender amethyst, the rose gold. But again, it depends what you're going to match these items up with. You don't have to use a kit independently. It's just the idea is that everything will complement one another if you are trying to create a matching set of jewellery. So you actually get 115 pieces as part of your rose gold plated copper findings pack. I think we can have a look at everything you get in the findings pack. You get a meter of chain, you get your ball head pins, and you also get these really interesting, almost like little flower bud head pins. That's how I'm going to describe them. Or a little floral finish to them. Is it a little bit of metal beaded on the top there, but you've got what I would describe as a 5-petal flower. You agree with that, Sarah?
Yes.
That must be the effect they're going for. Surely.
Yeah, definitely a floral finish.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
So I think that would, again, that would feed into your designs, wouldn't it?
They add so much detail as well. You know, you can use them all over, and you just use them on their own if you want to. You don't even need to use them with gemstones. Just coil them around your pliers and use them as spacer beads.
Oh, good idea. Fantastic. So that's not all you get. You also get your detailed toggle clasp. That's a sort of a rope-like detailing on the metal work there. Very on trend again as we enter the spring season. Those sort of nautical looks tend to come back into fashion. You also get your jump rings, your crimp bead covers, your shepherd hooks, another little toggle clasp there, detailed little spacer beads. You've got your very fine head pins, which are always popular because of course they go through those very high-end rondelles as well. You've got your ribbon cord endings, very, very popular for anybody who gets involved with braiding techniques, for example, to give them the professional finish they deserve. You've also got your fancy earring findings and your detailed little slider clasp here. You can see this is something a little bit special. Yes, don't worry guys, I'm saving the best till last. It's ruining my plan. Here we go, so there's the little slider clasp. I just wanted to show you that. Again, lots of attention to detail there, the heart shape, the brushed matte finish on the metalwork. So again, providing your designs with a little bit of individuality, a little bit of extra character, but everyone's getting very excited about one specific finding, and it's these little, I'm not entirely sure what the description of these is, I always forget. They're little, almost like bead caps. There's all the findings, there we go. 1 metre of chain, the head pins, the ribbon cord endings, the spacers, crimpers. What are they called again? Silver plated double cone spirals. There you go. Have a look at these. Perfect. It's going to save people a lot of time with their gizmo here, basically, isn't it?
It is, but because the way they're made, they really, really hold the shape beautifully.
Right.
So they don't stretch out of shape, so you can really be
But
quite
can
forced.
you?
You could
stretch
do if
them
you
out?
wanted to.
Yeah, you can. They have a sort of spring.
Yeah, they've got kind of almost got a little bit of a memory as well to them,
Yeah,
so they've
they
got a
do
real
snap
strength.
back, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could extend it out though. Would that? Could you create
could
a
do.
different?
Yeah,
look,
you
a
could
different
definitely
fit?
manipulate them and create them and tease them into a different shape. So
Okay.
you know, but you just be very careful how you do it, because once they're out of shape, you
Yeah,
won't
they're
get
not
them
going to
back
go
again.
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly right. Yeah. Okay. So you get 10 of those silver plated double cone. What are they actually though? What are they? What are they?
I think we all call them boingy boingers.
Boingy boingers.
All the
That's fine by me. Boingy boingers. So you get 10 of those. It's silver plated. Antique silver plated. I think the base metal is copper, I believe. So you'll get 10 of those. Those are going to be very, very popular. They're 7 by 11 mil in size with a 2mm hole in the centre. So there you go. Those are going to be popular. Of course, you've also got 115 pieces of your rose gold plated copper. Lovely feminine feel from those findings. And then you've got the gorgeous gemstones. Nice feeling of femininity from these colour tones, but of course, once again, it depends what you're going to match these gemstones up with. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Don't worry, we are going to get a little bit of inspiration from Sarah as the evening goes on. Let's have a look at our price point. $21.95. That is definitely not a price point I was expecting to see. Oh, and we're not. Oh, well, there you go. We're not even staying there. I was just thinking when we add something extra, and I expect the price to go up, not down. $17.95. Now that is an add it to your order price when you think about what you're getting. I mean, even if you weren't necessarily investing in the kit concept, obviously this is the idea that we originally launched the channel on over 4 years ago now. And the idea was that the kit contained everything you needed to get started with the hobby. Of course, so many jewellery makers out there now whose talents have evolved just like we've evolved as a channel, but people still invest in the kits daily because it's a fantastic way to almost get a wholesale deal, really, because you've got a huge amount of findings, you've got 3 strands of gemstones, and you've got your threading materials. On this occasion, you've also got that little unique finding there, which I think are going to be very, very popular. I mean, any other day, you could potentially be paying $17.95 for just the gemstones, couldn't you? But when it's all brought together as a kit, it then becomes a wholesale deal. There's no way we should be doing this. My producer just said, yeah, you should definitely be paying that normally for the gemstones. I shouldn't have gone anywhere near this price. That goes to back up the value we're bringing you tonight. I'm going to be honest, basically, there weren't enough of you coming through at $21.95. That price had been visible online for a little bit of time. We'd only had a few takers. Now the phone lines have lit up like a Christmas tree. If you want to get involved with this deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. In fact, elsewhere, could you potentially pay $17.95 for this array of findings?
I mean, even here, if you buy the findings separately, they're normally, I think, $7.95.
Right, okay, yeah.
Unless they're on a special
yeah,
double
cool.
up deal or something like that. And I would be, for the chain and the clasps in here, I would be stocking up on this kit because I know that this findings pack is really tricky to get hold of with these flower head pins and the filigree chain.
Yes.
I think I've only had this findings pack in silver. I've never had it in rose gold. So, you know, it just proves that, you know, for the findings themselves, I would be stocking up, grabbing the findings, even if, you know, you're thinking, those gemstones, I'm going to use them another time, but I want the findings now. Grab the kit, because I don't know when these findings might be back.
It's a great idea, actually, because I never really looked at the chain in detail till you just said that. Gorgeous. We've had a little web comment. This has come through from Corin. It says, gorgeous kit, Ed, thanks. I think that's supposed to be a smiley face, but actually, it should say thanks, D. It looked like it said thanks, D, and it should do, because D has given us that price reduction. Again, the price reduction only available for 60 minutes, $17.95. We're going to go over and have a look at Sarah's designs later in the show. Right now, we're going to move this kit to one side because D is telling me she's got lots of deals to fit in, and right now, we're going to go for this gorgeous rose gold chain. Oh, I see. Very good thinking. So this will go along with the findings from the kit. So everybody who's just invested in our jewellery making kit at $17.95, and there's a lot of you still coming through on the phone lines, people placing it in their basket. Rose gold plated copper chain here. Now these are your round links. So actually these would work really well with that filigree chain we just saw. The links themselves range in size from 11 to 14 mil, but not randomly, they're very uniform. So you've got 14, 11, 14, 11, and you've also got these extra links hanging off each, every other link. So there you go. So a lot of design scope, lots of jewellery making possibilities with this, because of course, because of the colour tone, you can fit this into more of your vintage designs, but then it does have quite a contemporary, on-trend feel to it as well. Rose gold plated copper chain. Oh right, we've only got a limited number and it's under £10 this evening at $9.95. Another add it to your order price, particularly if you've already got an order up and running. Now, if you're quite new to the channel and you don't understand why I keep making that reference, it's because we only charge you 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. So once you've got an order up and running, a risk-free shopping experience, you can add as many items to your order as you wish, get them home, see them in the flesh, really get an understanding for how they're going to enhance your jewellery designs before you make a final decision. Lots of people placing this one in their basket at jewellerymaker.com. So if you want to ensure that one of these chains is heading your way, check out to avoid disappointment. It's available right now for $9.95. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Electric blue cultured pearls here. Oh, absolutely stunning these are. I'm just going to match these up with something that I think they'll work with. Now this is going to be a double trouble deal later on. I think this is coming up at the top of the show, top of the hour, sorry. But just have a look at these sort of rich cranberry red tones combined with this electric blue. I think it looks fantastic. These have been described as midnight blue. Now, the only reason I'll go back on that is because when you sort of block out the light, they do have quite a deep blue tone, but as soon as the light hits the surface of the strand, you get this neon pearlescence. Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. That's a fantastic representation of what I was just describing. Slight irregularity, or rather not irregularity, but elongation in the shape of the gemstones. 8x7 mil. Again, I think that's going to feed into your designs. People are going to realise these are genuine pearls because they're not perfect rounds. 8x7 mil in size. They're going to make a massive impact on your designs. Oh, should be $11.95. But, as I said, producer Dion, she's had a long day. She's already produced the morning show. She wants to see you on the phone lines. She wants an easy night. So she's giving you clearance prices on cultured pearls. $7.95. All of the price reductions only available for 60 minutes, as we've mentioned. So this is the best opportunity to get hold of this strand. Cultured pearls for $7.95. If you want to add these to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now because I only have a limited number available. How many of these do we have in stock? We started with 13. We're now into single figures of availability. I'm not really surprised because we have just taken cultured pearls to a clearance price. $7.95 for what I've described as your neon blue cultured pearls. They've been classified as midnight blue, so just to avoid any confusion, I'm just trying to give people an idea of the colour tone that they're going to see when they get it home. So midnight blue cultured pearls available right now for $7.95. I'm going to have to leave that one there because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. It's time for our first star buy of the show. Now we're going to have a star buy opportunity every half an hour here on the Late Show. Tends to be either a premiere launch of a new strand or an exclusive discount bundle. That's exactly what I've got for you here. A double trouble deal on your gorgeous chain. Now these are your large links. Got rose gold and yellow gold. This is actually a plating or a finish to the chains themselves. The base metal is copper. These are 22mm links on the yellow gold with a little bit of detailing on the surface of the metalwork. And then on the more oval shaped rose gold, again copper chain but with a rose gold finish. These are more pear shaped, the links. 24 by 20, and you get 36 centimetre length in your yellow gold, 38 centimetre length in your rose gold. Now both of these chains have proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker, and I do think it's because, again, very eclectic. Yes, they'll work in your vintage designs. They also have a very sort of fashion-led or contemporary feel to them. Even if you just want to go for some of the classic sort of jewellery maker designs, if you like. I know I see a lot of asymmetrical necklace designs, for example. All you need is 2 or 3 links out of one of these chains to really enhance that look. And actually, because you've got the golden finish to both of them, the yellow gold and the rose gold, it's going to give you a real feeling of opulence and elegance to that design. A double trouble deal here. Now whenever we take a collection of products and bundle them together, we actually create a unique discount code. That's the code that you can see attached to this product right now, but that code is only available again for the next 60 minutes, or more likely on a deal like this while stocks last. I can tell you we've got fewer than 50 available of this particular bundle, and we are very, very busy this evening on the Late Show. Now, I can tell you whenever we create the bundles, now I used to be one of the managers on the channel. In fact, I used to be the head of producers. So whenever somebody created a bundle, I had to approve it, and that process is still exactly the same. Now, what you have to do is, you have to create the bundle, create all the information, come up with your pricing strategy on the item and send it to the manager, who then either ticks it or says you're not going that low on those products, or if it's, for example, Hannah, she'll say you're not bundling all that wire together. Now what Dee's done is something quite tricky. She's bundled these together, she sent it to sales manager Scott, who's approved the bundle, because this is the price point she sent him. She said actually when I sent it to Scott it was even higher than this. I lowered it to this morning. Now we've already got lots of people getting involved, but here comes the price point Dee always intended to sell you the bundle for. I'm giving away all the tricks of the trade now. $8.95. Scott's just been producing the mid-show, so he's probably driving home. He hasn't heard what producers do, and he used to be one of my producers, so he's well versed in doing this. I know full well that they're all up to it. They're up to no good, but do you know what it is? They're trying to give our lovely viewers the best deals, the best prices, the best value on the market, not just for gemstones, but also for your essential component parts. And here, you've got 2 lengths of your chain for $8.95. I've got people multi-buying this now, so congratulations to Marilyn. And you're there, Wendy, new buyer. I've got anonymous buyers as well. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now at $8.95. The original intended price was $11.95. Then lowered to $9.95 to get it under £10. Now we're down at $8.95. Can't guarantee that will ever be able to bring you this deal ever again. I mean, Sarah, these are the kind of chains that you like to incorporate into your designs.
You know, they just change your jewellery making so much, having these chains. They give so much light and focal position to your jewellery. And they can just change things for you. If you've got stuck in a little bit of a rut maybe, making the same sort of designs, just to change one little thing, like having a different chain in your findings box, will change your jewellery completely. I'd be looking at wiring gemstones in between the circles. I would be looking at maybe putting ribbon or suede and weaving it through.
Because actually you've got these slightly smaller links on the yellow gold chain. Oh, that's a great way of presenting the deal to all of our audience. Basically, normally the rose gold chain on our website is, oh dear, it's very, very hard wearing as well, is available for $7.95. So as part of this Star Buy deal, it's like buying the rose gold chain, rose gold plated chain I should say, and getting the yellow gold finished copper chain for £1, essentially. No wonder we have got so many people getting involved on the free phone number. If you want to add this to your order, if you've already got an order up and running today, you can add this to your order, no additional postage and packaging charges. Get 2 lengths of chain home, where you've essentially paid £1 for one of the chains. And then, as I say, probably a good idea to maybe match these up with other components within your stash, other gemstones, to really get an understanding of whether it's going to work in your designs. Proving to be very, very popular, only available for the next 60 minutes, and of course, with a huge saving there. My producer taking this down tonight to $8.95. I'm going to leave it on with you. Don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, another double trouble deal. In fact, we're going to do a double whammy of Star Buys at the top of the hour. So 2 Star Buy deals back to back coming up in 20 minutes time. So we've got a lot to get through. Where are we going to go to? I knew you were going to say that, and I'm really thrilled that you did. I love giving people deals on wire work. Now, this is 100 metres of your 0.25mm gauge wire. That's probably a better image so everybody knows what colour tone we're getting here. Beautiful hot pink or fuchsia tone there. Absolutely amazing. Again, when you look at this, just as a component part, it looks like it's a very bright colour tone, but it really is going to depend what you match it up with as to the effect it has on your designs. Because if you mix this up, I mean, for a start, you could actually gizmo that with a lighter tone of wire and soften it up, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
I mean, I've gizmoed the copper and the silver together there. And you can see it changes the tone completely by doing that. So if you take maybe, you know, the light green, the Chartreuse green, and that together, it actually really just tones it down completely. It just gives it a completely softer feel. It almost takes it to sort of cherry blossom coloured.
I think we've got a deal on Chartreuse wire later in the show. Could be wrong. And we do. No, I remember my schedule. And there you go. Good job you mentioned that. Beautifully
if you use your wire twister tool as well. You can use that to...
Of course, we know everybody's got hold of their wire tools after Sunday, the birthday show. If you missed it, you really did miss out. So many launches throughout the day. And I think it was evident how popular wire work is as a discipline. I think we've got more workshops and designers dedicated to wire work than any other discipline. But of course, with every designer that works within that genre, they have a completely different style. And I'm sure everyone at home uses wire in a completely individual way within their designs. I mean, the difference between something like Laura Biney's work and Rachel Norris's work, they're light years apart.
Yeah, definitely,
so it's all about the way you use it within your designs, isn't it?
And just have a look out there. There are so many varied styles of wire work, whether you want to work with cabochons and do a lot of very intricate wire work, or whether you're more freeform and want to do more organic feel pieces. And it really is just up to you what sort of direction you want to go in. And even if you're new to jewellery making, you might just be wanting to make, you know, your own findings, making your own eye pins.
Can be a real money saver, can't it?
Yeah, and you know, so it just depends on where you are on your jewellery making journey, as to what sorts of wire you'd like to use and how you're going to use them. So, you know, and I find if I've got wire, my findings last so much longer, because I'll always pick up the wire to make head pins and eye pins and little links and things like that. So it lasts so much longer, your findings.
That's a good More good advice, in fact, the fact that you can use wire not only to create your own findings and make those go further, but of course wire work flourishes within your designs also make your gemstones go a bit further as well.
They definitely do.
Okay, so normally your 0.25mm fuchsia coloured copper wire is $9.95. Again, that's already incredible value, but tonight we're going to give you a late show price, $6.95. Again, that reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes, and it's the equivalent of handing you back your P&P this evening, down to $6.95. Now, I should just say your 0.25mm wire is probably more suited to the intricacies within wire work. So your weaving, your binding different structural works together. But actually, I mean, you could just take two lengths of 0.25mm and bind them together to create 0.5mm essentially, couldn't you? So there is a lot of design scope when you're working within the genre of wire work, and I think a lot of people are already aware of that because there are people literally flying in, people taking 2s and 3s of this to get hold of this deal. $6.95, essentially a clearance deal. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, but it will be available at this price for the next 60 minutes on our website, or of course if you dial the free phone number and speak to a member of our award-winning help team, they will add this to your order for just $6.95, but only for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to the original price of $9.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We've got lots to get through. I'm going to go for these gorgeous amethyst charms. I love these. Oh, I thought that was like there was a bit of like thread there, and I thought, oh, that's there so I can hold it up, but actually it was just a bit of thread. Right? Where's those pesky tweezers gone? Can't find them. Never mind, they're large enough to hold up actually. Just have a look at the size of the gemstone you've got here. Again, very, very professional finish from these gorgeous charms. Amethyst here, rich, intense purple amethyst. And again, whilst we really like to be able to offer you the alternatives here at Jewellery Maker, I think this is the colour tone which most people associate with this gemstone. Beautiful amethyst, that rich, regal purple tone. And I'm really impressed at the way the gold finish, the plating on the sterling silver has enhanced the overall look of the gemstone. It's not just a lobster claw clasp that you get here, you also get a little bit of detailing. Now this is sterling silver heart, but with gold plating. So high end on top of high end. And it's really beautiful little sentiment, you know, romantic affiliation with that beautiful heart shape. Very romantic looking component part here. But this is the kind of item that for me will elevate your designs onto that next level. You know, a professionally finished gemstone and charm setting there, because you've got your lobster claw clasp, you've got that detailing in the gold plated sterling silver heart, and you've got faceted pear drops of amethyst. Now, each gemstone here is 5 carats each, I believe, so you're getting 15 carats in total, a 5 carat amethyst on a charm. That is a seriously impressive amount to be including in a design for somebody, and charm bracelets are so popular right now. I mean, if you do go down the high street to the famous charm shop, even though I imagine they do have some charms which feature gemstones like amethyst because it's very popular on the high street, I can't imagine the price points you'd be paying. I know for a fact that I bought a charm from that famous charm shop, and it was sterling silver, but it had a tiny little gold plated cherry on top of a cupcake design, and because it had this tiny little dot of gold plating, it was a small fortune to buy this particular charm. I think it was about £90 for one charm.
Wow.
That's nowhere near the price point you're going to be asked to pay today. Gold plated sterling silver, except we've got a huge gemstone here. Lobster claw clasp as well, so very secure fitting, and of course you've got 3. So you can present 3 different friends, 3 different family members with the same gemstone, or of course 3 different customers. Here comes your price point this evening, $9.95 for that gorgeous charm. Talking about what, £3.32 for a charm, and honestly you can pay well over £50 for charms elsewhere, and they haven't got a gemstone, they haven't necessarily even got this level of detailing on them. So essentially you're paying £3.32 for an amethyst and gold plated sterling silver charm. I mean, look at the finish on the gemstone, professionally finished, faceted to perfection, gorgeous consistency of colour through the gemstone as well. Just goes to highlight the quality of the amethyst itself. The gemstone of romance, of course, because it's February's birthstone, and then you've got this, probably the most relatable shape when it comes to romance, or an iconic shape connected to romance. Gorgeous. So if you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for £9.95, but it is proving to be very, very popular. If you want to get involved, it looks like this could be your last opportunity. I'm going to move on now to this gorgeous strand of highlight. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Now, for new viewers who don't know what that means, basically, as we've evolved over the last 4 years as a company and as a channel, we've managed to open buying offices all over the world, one of which is situated in Jaipur, which is the primary location for gemstone trading in the world right now. And so we've got a team of people there. In fact, everybody would have got to see Prakash and his team sending us a birthday message on Sunday. But those guys are on the ground in Jaipur, making sure that we not only get you the best financial deals in terms of the value we can offer you, but also the rarest gemstones and the best possible quality. And that is exactly what we've got here. Now, whenever something meets those very specific criteria, it may fall into our elite range, our Gems of Distinction range here at Jewellery Maker, and that's exactly what this strand has been classified as. Gems of Distinction. You can see the quality of the gemstones from the way they've been faceted. Again, that beautiful play of light, and because of the depth of colour, you're actually getting almost like a little bit of luster. It's got a real sort of dramatic look to it, this gemstone, because it's got that rich violet tone, and on from some angles you're getting almost a tanzanite blue hue coming through it, and from others you've got this rich, almost well, it is a sort of rich purple tone, really. You can see the variations actually throughout the strand as we pan across the strand right now. You can see there that some of them have got that sort of tanzanite blue tone, others are that rich purple vibe going on. Now, these are faceted top drill drops, so very easy to incorporate into your designs, potentially to create matching sets where you have your droplet style earrings and a matching pendant. Possibly want to graduate out the sizes to create those sets, so they range in size from 7x4 to 14x7, and we've got 60 carats of highlight here. Another very, very recognisable gemstone, and already this is available on our website for $11.95. But that's not going to be your price. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction, and we are going very, very low. We're going to have to take the graphics back out and bring them back in so you can all see the price point. A little error there, don't worry about our technical errors. I should say that here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we've got 4 channels running out of one building, including one of which broadcasts 24 hours a day to the States. So every now and then a technical error can occur within our IT systems, but don't panic about that. The price point's what you want to worry about, and we've taken this down to a clearance price of $6.95. Producer Dion choosing to save everyone a crisp £5 note, and you know what that means. You can buy something else later in the show. You just save yourself £5. Lots of people flying through now to add this to their basket, taking advantage of the clearance price here. And I imagine, because I'm seeing a lot of familiar names, that many of you have already got orders up and running, so you're also maximising on that 1 P&P per day. No wonder Diane is getting 2 of these Lots of people multi-buying this strand now at $6.95 for what I would describe as professionally finished gemstones. Until I got told off by Alice, I would have called them jewellery quality gemstones. That's exactly what you're dealing with here. Beautifully faceted, gorgeous consistency of colour. Another very familiar gemstone to real gemstone collectors. So if you have the kind of clientele who do have a depth of knowledge about gemstones and gemstone jewellery, they will understand that iolite is one of those gemstones which is heavily used by some of the biggest design houses in the world. And I think sometimes people are a little bit intimidated by the idea of incorporating certain gemstones into their designs because they're not sure that their clientele are going to understand the value within certain gemstones. So they tend to play it safe. They stick with your sapphires, your rubies, your amethysts. But actually, if you want to expand your clientele, if you want to start appealing to some of those gemstone collectors who, well, for a start, are probably prepared to pay higher price points for jewellery designs, the only way to do that is to start incorporating some of the rarer gemstones into your designs and maybe educating your customer base yourself. If you're working with iolite and they like your designs, you're the one who can actually expand their knowledge base about gemstones yourself. So when people say to me, you know, my customers have never heard of iolite, they're not interested in buying iolite jewellery, I guarantee you that if the design's right and you've worked with the gemstone in the right way and you've complemented it, they'll want it either way. And then it's down to you to build that inherent value into a gemstone like iolite. Obviously, don't take our route of doing it. Don't take your prices so low that people won't understand the value in it. That's just because we are the genuine gemstone company. We're a wholesaler essentially, so we can provide you with those kind of prices. But it's down to you to build value into your own designs. $6.95, we're going to leave that one with you for the next 60 minutes, and we're moving on to... It's 19, these gorgeous citrines. Beautiful. Once again, you've got this high polished finish. Again, top drill drop, so very, very easy to incorporate into your designs or to create matching sets of jewellery. But just have a look at the colour tone. Perfect for the spring and summer collections which people will be putting together. They've got that sunshine vibe about them, haven't they? Real consistency of colour, almost a honey-like glow coming from the centre of the gemstones. They're absolutely beautiful. This, again, another birthstone, this time November's birthstone. So again, you can give your customers the opportunity to wear their own birthstone. That might be the key association that they have with this gemstone. The droplets themselves range in size from 8x6 to 13x9. And again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. And again, we're going to give you a clearance price tonight. Let's have a look at the current price for this strand of citrine. Wow, it's already under £10 for 70 carats of citrine. Absolutely out of this world. But again, we're going to take it to a clearance price. I told you, producer Dion's had a long day. She wants to make life easy for herself. So she's taking the prices low because she knows that our customers here at Jewellery Maker, couldn't be bothered. Forget it, take another £1 off. Down to $5.95 now, but we only have a limited number available. So if you do want to get involved, my advice would be start dialing that free phone number right now. $5.95. That is such a great point. Where else would you actually see this kind of price point for these kind of gemstones? Nowhere. That's our belief anyway, because it's not just about the price point. That's not what gemstones are about. Because you have to think about how labour intensive it is to actually get hold of 70 carats of citrine. Then you've got to, well, we generally find citrine in South American regions, so I'm actually guessing here, but I'm guessing this was mined in Brazil. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Lots of citrine comes from Brazil. and Bolivia, Chile. There's a mine in Chile as well, but tends to form in South America. So that means that you've got to fly it to the other side of the world, because that's where our very talented lapidarists and gemstone carvers work. It's then got to be polished to perfection, which each and every gemstone on this strand has been. Then we've got to fly it back to Britain, put it on a TV show, show everybody what to do with it, and then we give you a clearance price like $5.95. Now, as I say, never consider this the intended price point for a strand like this. So, you know, when some people are pricing their jewellery for sale online or at a craft fair, or maybe you've got a unique outlet for your own designs. We were talking about this on our Google Hangout on Sunday, actually. And lots of people saying there's these sort of formulas that people apply to pricing their jewellery designs. So the cost of the materials times the price of the time and all this. But I will say one thing, don't price your cost at $5.95 for this strand, because it's not a $5.95 strand of gemstones. It has to be an appropriate price point, because of course if you undervalue your gemstone designs, you can't really expect your customers to understand the value that is being held within those pieces of jewellery. A clearance price of $5.95 looks to me like it's going to be a sellout deal tonight, but of course that price point will stay there for the next 60 minutes online. How many of those did we have? Okay, so we've got quite a healthy quantity, but it looks like around about half the stock's been allocated. So an incredible price point. Certainly won't see anything like that for another 30 days. We'll stay there because it is now time for another Double Trouble Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, generally, every half an hour on the show, we have a star buy. It's an exclusive deal, generally either a discount deal or a premiere launch. And on this occasion, we've got 2 star buys back to back. We're going to start with our Double Trouble deal on this beautiful red coloured coated chalcedony. Now, I've described this as more of a sort of cranberry tone to me. It's very rich colour tone. Actually, it's, on some of them it's like a cranberry or fuchsia tone. On others it's like staring into a beautiful glass of red wine. That's the depth of colour you've got there. Am I making you thirsty, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Gorgeous. These are 10mm faceted rounds. So again, you can see the amount of dedication and commitment from our gemstone cutters there. Very, very uniformed facets on the surface of the gemstone. These are going to make a massive impact on your designs, but again, it really is going to depend what you choose to match this up with as to the kind of direction your design is going to take. So, for example, I mean, that could form something really feminine if you were to put it with these pastel pink tones that you get from your rose quartz. But then, of course, you could play on the depth of colour there if you were to match it up with, say, the iolite. Pick up more of those purple tones from the chalcedony and the iolite itself. Again, this particular strand is coming from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. 10mm faceted rounds. Now, it's quite interesting actually, because this slight coating that the gemstones have received actually bringing out the ability for that light to play on the surface of a gemstone. So again, because of the depth of colour, it's almost a lustre rather than a sparkle, if you like. So the reason I say that is, instead of the light being refracted off the surface of the gemstone, it's almost being reflected off the surface of the gemstone, so you get this almost reflective mirror-like quality when the light hits the surface. Again, seriously elegant look. But actually these gemstones could work for an everyday piece. Maybe if you just wanted to take 2 gemstones and create a pair of beautiful earring designs, just using your shepherd hooks, for example. Or you could integrate these again into a real showcase piece, a statement necklace perhaps, or very popular bracelet design. Now, if you were to buy 1 strand individually, this would cost you $9.95. 9.95 any other day for 1 strand, but today for 2, just £14. So, well, it's like buying one, getting one for better than half price. Absolute steal of a deal. I know that chalcedony is very, very popular, and I think it's because of that almost waxy luster that you do get from this gemstone. That is a gorgeous colour tone there. You've got cherry reds, got those red wine hues, as well as the cranberry tones, the fuchsias. Some of them are more purple, some of them are more pink or red tones. So again, really the ideal way to deal with this is to get it home, see it in the flesh, match it up with other colour tones, with other gemstones. I mean, for me, this is crying out to be matched with gold plated findings. I think the gold and the sort of cherry reds will work really, really well together. A double trouble deal. Buy one, get one for better than half price. Of course, in 60 minutes time, if you were to buy both of these, it would cost you the best part of £20. We've already got people coming through, taking advantage of this deal. Shirley, familiar name, you've been through a few times tonight, maximising on that 1 P&P. And I've got lots and lots of people getting involved for this deal. £14 for 2 gems of distinction strands there. We're going to leave that one there, and we're going to move on to our second star buy deal. So we did say we'd bring you back-to-back star buy deals. That's exactly what we're going to do. 3 strands of beautiful shell here. Oh, is it? No, it's not. I'm losing it. Sorry. You've told me that like 15 times, and I still picked up that shell. That's later in the show, isn't it? 7 or 8? Got excited. That's what it is. So we've actually got a set of 5 charms here. And in each and every one you've got beautiful checkerboard faceted teardrop gemstone as the focal point of the charm, but then you've got this gorgeous metalwork as well. We'll start with this one. Look at this. So you've got a floral charm here, and then you've got this gorgeous faceted red onyx, 14 by 10 mil in size, faceted to perfection, checkerboard faceting there, and then you've got your 5-petaled flower charm shape, and that is all copper, but it's silver plated copper. Gorgeous. That's one. Then you've got your lapis lazuli, again faceted teardrop, this time set into I think this is antique bronze plated copper. Absolutely gorgeous. Then I've got this gorgeous lapis lazuli. Now this is Labradorite, so we've just seen the lapis lazuli. Now moving on to this Labradorite, and have a look at this. This is set into your rose gold plated copper. Again, checkerboard faceting. Lots of labradorescence there. I'm not sure it's coming through on screen, but we've got this electric blue tone that I can see in the studio. Fantastic. Beautiful. So that's your Labradorite set into rose gold plated copper. Then you've got rose quartz. Surely these are the wrong way around. Okay. Well, because the gemstone's bezel set, you can flip it around anyway. So you could actually just open that jump ring up and move that to there, and that way the rose quartz would dangle with the heart shapes the right way around. Silver plated copper here with the matte or brushed finish there, and then you've got this gorgeous rose quartz there. Beautiful femininity. It might depend how you want to work it into your design, of course. And then and I've got a second red onyx here, again in the heart-shaped charms. Actually, I think it is intended to be that way around, because this one is as well.
You know, so
I suppose if you set it that way, it doesn't really matter if you use it as a charm. It depends if you want to use it as a pendant. I might be tempted to swap them around so the hearts sit. The possibilities are endless. That's the beauty of creating your own bespoke jewellery designs. You've got 5 gorgeous gem charms here. You've got the heart shape, the floral shape, the two upside down hearts, as far as I'm concerned, and the other floral shape, Labradorite, red onyx, rose quartz and lapis lazuli. A 5 set here and a seriously impressive price, £9.95. Now where else could you actually pay £2 or less than £2 for not only the metalwork but that gorgeous gemstone as well? Absolutely out of this world. £9.95 for this collection of gorgeous gemstone charms, including gorgeous labradorite into your rose gold plated metal, your red onyx, your lapis lazuli and your rose quartz. 5 charms in total, all available right now for £9.95. Lots of people getting involved now to take this deal. If you want to get hold of this, start dialing that free phone number. Alternatively, click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. These are the kind of items that show an attention to detail that are going to maybe set you aside from other jewellery makers and elevate you onto that next level because of the finish of the gemstone, the way they've been bezel set. Very, very professional look to the charms that you'll be using within your designs. It's available right now as a star buy deal for just £9.95. If you want to add that to your order, start dialing that free phone number now, or alternatively, click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. Congratulations to Alan, Shirley, Stephanie, Jeffrey, Mercedes, Jemima. Lots of new buyers coming through as well. But one thing I will say is, if you've placed any of the items from this hour in your basket, make sure you check out right now, because the price reductions that we've offered you so far will only be available for 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals from everyone on The Late Show.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to The Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also joined by the fantastically talented Sarah. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Still working with that kit?
I am, yes.
There you go.
Made some nice pieces out of it. Well, I've enjoyed making them anyway. So
I think will we give everybody the opportunity to get hold of that kit? Is that right? So we're gonna go at 7:30. We're going to show everybody that kit again, and we're going to have a look at your design, so that's good. Just coming up in about 20 minutes time is another star buy and it's going to be 100 jump rings. I think these are gold plated, rose gold plated jump rings and silver jump rings. You get 100 in total. And was it just rose gold plated silver? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought you said rose gold and silver. Yes, rose gold plated silver, and you get 100 as part of this collection. There's everything you're going to get. That's coming up in, well, less than 20 minutes now. A wholesale deal on your jump rings. Anybody who's interested in chainmail needs to be present for that particular deal. And coming up at 9:15 as our superstar buy tonight, this incredible strand of Labradorite being launched at under £9. Now I can tell you there is lots of Labrador essence here. There you go. So difficult to pick it up in our studio sometimes, but it's definitely here in abundance. That's coming up at 9:15 as our final shopportunity of the night. Don't miss out on that deal. But before that, lots to get through, so we're going to pick up the pace. Ah, great. Okay, so this particular item hasn't been available as an individual product previously because it was all snapped up by resident designer Sheila. So she put all of these into one designer boutique bundle, and it sold out, that particular bundle. So the last few strands of these gorgeous green amethysts are going to be available right now on the Late Show. Now these are your concave cut ovals, and when we talk about a professionally cut gemstone, when we talk about a traditional jewellery gemstone cut, this is what we're thinking of. Just have a look at the depth on the coulee of this particular gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous. A huge carat weight here. The gemstones themselves, slight variation in the size. So the two outer gemstones are 14 by 20 and the one in the centre is 15 by 22. So I'm guessing, and it is a bit of a guess, but just to work out the spread, you're easily talking about an average of over 10 carats on each gemstone. The reason I mention that to you is that I know that if anybody is going to be investing in jewellery designs that have this very traditional and professional cut, you know, that almost kaleidoscope-like effect when you look into the centre of the gemstone, they are probably going to be jewellery enthusiasts. They're probably going to have that kind of base knowledge about the way gemstones are set into jewellery, and as a result they're going to be interested in the carat weight. So if you can say to your customers, well, that's a green amethyst and it's over 10 carats, that could be the kind of piece of information that might win a potential new client for you. I love this sort of apple green tone you get from this variety of amethyst. Absolutely exquisite. I only have single figures remaining in stock of this particular item, so if you do want to get involved, if you're a jewellery maker that works on that elite level, that needs to take advantage of these professional cuts and these larger carat weights, start dialing that free phone number right now. I've only got single figures remaining, $24.95, but I have to say, if you're placing potentially a 10 or 15 carat green amethyst with this kind of concave cut into the centre of a jewellery design, you're going to make your money back off, well, more than one piece. You won't even need one piece. You'll make a profit off one piece, I would have thought. I mean, you've got to be pricing appropriately if you're working with these kind of cuts, haven't you, Sarah?
I would be buying these to make myself some absolutely knockout jewellery.
This is one to keep, is it?
Definitely.
As a keeper.
Oh yes, because, you know, where can you get that impact, that beauty? You can't get these gemstones. I mean, I'm forever looking on the marketplace of what's out there, and I don't see these out there. And if I do, you know, they're not of this quality. I mean, the clarity on those is absolutely amazing. Phenomenal. I mean, I'm looking at the big screen behind you where they're absolutely right up against the gemstone. The camera's right in there, and the clarity is brilliant.
Absolutely.
And to make your own wow factor piece of jewellery, just one of those, really simply set, possibly with some gold over sterling silver, maybe spacer beads, and just to make a really classic focal neckline piece.
Would you say if you're working with a gemstone that's obviously providing you with this kind of impact, that potentially you need to put less of your own creativity into the design, because the gemstone is going to do a lot of the talking for you?
To a certain extent. I mean, it really depends on what medium you want to work with it. So if you wanted to, for instance, wire work this, then I'd be wire working it in such a way that the wire work's actually framing the gemstone, not coming over it too much, to allow that light to come in, to allow the beauty to be there. But that doesn't mean you can't make quite an elaborate setting for it and allowing it to shine to the focal
So you
point.
could probably put more of the detailing into like the shank of the ring rather than a flourish that's going to maybe detract from the gemstone itself.
Or you might want to make a really wide bezel to go around the gemstone if you're making a pendant, so that you've got that, and maybe incorporate some other gemstones into that to just highlight the beauty.
Absolutely fantastic. Great inspiration. Good advice there from Sarah, as always. $24.95 for that particular strand, but as I say, we only have a couple left in stock now. We're going to keep it moving. We've got lots to fit in to tonight's show. We're trying to find and add it to your order price for each and every person. How many of these have we got? Do you know what? This is so funny. I actually bought in the shop yesterday a really old school toy for my son, Freddie, only because he wanted it. The snake, where you go like that. I actually bought one yesterday. Okay, so we're going to have to come back to this one then. Oh, the graphics are picking products for us now, are they? The graphics have just decided to upload the information for this. Your royal blue 0.25mm wire. Now, we saw the fuchsia in the last hour, and actually there'd be a fantastic combination. We were talking about twisting them together. The royal blue and the fuchsia, you're going to end up with a sort of violet tone, I would imagine.
You would indeed. I've used the 0.25 wire to make the bracelet that's on the end there, so you can...
I'm going to come and steal it
That
then.
one there, yep.
Oh, a bit of Viking.
No, it's not. No, it's
Is this
crochet.
just a different...
It's
link?
crochet.
Oh,
That's
it has a similar look. Right, okay.
It's got a bit of... Because I've used 6 strands crocheted, and then I did another one with the apatite on it, and then I wrapped it around the 6 strands that I plaited originally.
That's a fantastic idea. And actually, we talk a lot about the uses for different gauges of wire, and traditionally we think of 0.25 as sort of an accompaniment to other wire work, but actually Sarah's highlighting here that you can do all of your work using the smaller gauge. You don't have to just be accompanying the structural work of the 1 mils. It can also...
When you work it, and you work it in such a way, either crochet Viking knit, or if you're doing your French knitting with it, or those sorts of things, it creates structure.
I was going to
because
say,
you're
so you're
building
giving the strength, aren't you?
Yeah, so that crochet, when it's bound together like that and plaited together, and then I've got another piece going over the top just to bind it all together, it completely creates its own structure, which is beautiful to wear, and it gives you a really fluid movement on the wrist as well.
It's a great idea actually, because like you're saying, it will be a structured piece, but it won't be too heavy, it won't be impacted, it'll be quite comfortable
It's
to
not
wear.
like making a bangle where it's set.
Very
if you've used a 1 mil wire, it's set in place. It's rigid, isn't it?
Rigid, that's it.
So that's got fluidity, it's got movement.
Yeah.
It will, if you want it, if you put your wrist down, it'll mould to your wrist.
Brilliant. So that just goes to show you that maybe sometimes we're a little bit limited in how we expect to use some of the gauges of wire, when actually they'll pretty much work in any which way. Should be $9.95 for 100 meters of your 0.25mm gauge. If you got hold of the fuchsia, this could be the perfect addition, because we've matched the price we gave you on the fuchsia. We've taken it down to $6.95. So the equivalent of your P&P handed straight back to you. And of course, you can add as many items to your order as you wish. You're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. Lots of people getting involved with this. Marie, you're multi-buying this strand. I should just, yes, I was just going to say, make it clear that you're only getting the blue one on this particular item, but we offered the same price reduction on the fuchsia wire earlier in the show. May still have 10, 15 minutes left on the fuchsia wire deal. You've got 60 minutes to add this to your order at $6.95. Lots of people starting to come through at jewellerymaker.com. If you place it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I imagine that is a very, very popular colour tone, not just gauge of wire there. It's available for $6.95 for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave it on there, and we're now going to give everybody the opportunity to own the chain. Is that correct? How many of these do we have? Okay, we've only got 40 of these in stock, and I think it's going to be very, very popular. Anytime we have something a little bit different that adds a little bit of character into designs, I think these are the kind of items that allow people to express their personality within their creations, really. It's quite lightweight actually, but it has quite a solid feel to it, and I think that's because of the sound. I think the sound's making it feel quite heavy, but actually it's very lightweight. It's aluminium, gunmetal textured rope chain, 12 by 18 mil. I mean, for me, I am just having the visions of certain department stores, sort of fashion-led jewellery designs. Of course, you could use it in more classic looks as well, I imagine.
It looks quite masculine as well with that sort of that gunmetal feel.
Absolutely.
So, you know, you might want to just maybe put some leather, just like tone through it, you know, weave in and out, and maybe just really even enhance that masculine feel.
Because it actually has quite an industrial feel to it, doesn't it? It's almost quite a traditional chain.
But I'm thinking
look. If
you were to put black onyx with this, or, you know, some really deep dark sort of tones, your labradorites, things like that, you know, and it really emphasize that sort of metallic feel to it.
Absolutely.
Or hematite or pyrite.
That's
those sorts
a very
of
good
tones.
idea, because it has quite a heavy feel to it, and obviously hematite, quite gem heavy.
Yeah.
That would work really well together, wouldn't
And
it?
really take it on that industrial feel. If you use silver tone wire with it, perhaps, you know, and just really sort of highlight.
So you
take
say
some
like
more light
play
into
on the metallic.
Yeah, you can do
sheen that you
so many
get from
different
it.
things with it. And, you know, don't just think jewellery. You know, you might have a handbag that needs a new strap, or, you know, hasn't got a strap, and you could
actually
create one.
upcycle certain
Definitely.
things. So you could even create a belt look. So if you've got like a belt buckle that you really like, the belt itself, because they do wear out, don't they, leather belts. You could create a piece of clothing.
And I don't like strapless dresses very much.
Okay.
So I actually sew inside my dresses just a little piece of ribbon with a press stud.
Right.
On the front and back of the strapless dress, and I can then attach whatever chain I want just with that little loop of ribbon. I can actually attach the chain to create a little shoulder strap. Or
that's a good idea. I know what you're talking about, although you did say lots of words that I didn't know what they were.
What, like press stud?
Press stud was one of them, definitely. We are getting lots and lots of interest on this particular item, as you can imagine. Not the kind of thing we see day in, day out here at Jewellery Maker, and whenever we bring anything that is providing one of these very unique, different looks to your jewellery designs, Jewellery Makers know that this is their call to action. Let's have a look at our price point. $4.95. You can imagine the number of different designs you could create using this item, because I have to say, you've got a metre of aluminium chain here. I mean, it's like a skipping rope. I don't want to snap it, but I almost want to have a go. No. Probably slightly too short, do you reckon? No, I bet I'll get close. He just said, yeah, and when you hook it on your earpiece and pull yourself over and knock yourself out on the studio floor, then what are we going to do till 9 p.m? Point and laugh, presumably. A metre of your aluminium chain here, and it is that textured rope effect finish, so lots of detail. Actually, what am I talking about? We've got the perfect understudy. Pete's in the studio, isn't he? He's ready for action. We know he's got his own fan club after Sunday. I tell you what, how about this? A little treat. Pete's going to sing his song for us. He said no singing today. So we've got to wait till the 5th birthday to hear more dulcet tones from the wonder that is, the lyrical miracle that is participation, Pete. Okay, this is flying out the door, as you can well imagine. If you want to add this to your order, it is available right now for $4.95. A metre of chain here, and they are very going to provide you a real significant look within your designs. $4.95, really impressive. I'm going to leave that to one side because it is now time to give you a deal on your jump rings. It's star by time. Okay, we're going to jump straight into this deal. We're bringing the graphics on screen. We know. Somebody, yeah, I did, but I didn't know if anybody had noticed. I got caught immediately. Everyone went boo. So we're going to jump straight into this deal. Okay, 100 jump rings in total here. Whenever we take component items and bundle them together, it's so that we can provide you with a wholesale deal. Now, you know, traditionally when we're maybe bundling gemstones together, we're thinking about whether the gemstones work, whether they complement one another in your designs, but when we take a component part like jump rings, we know they're essential for all jewellery makers. We know everyone's going to want to get hold of them, and it's down to us to provide you with the best possible value, a wholesale deal. Here, we've taken your rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings, and we're going to give you 100 in total. Now, these are quite interesting because these are in fact closed jump rings. Now, you can snip through them to open them up, but these would actually be perfect for all jewellery makers because, of course, if you're attaching a clasp, you need a jump ring. 100 pieces in total. These are your 7mm. Now, normally, if you're to buy a 50 pack of our rose gold plated jump rings, it would cost you $14.95. So that means that 100 would normally be $29.90. But today, we're about to give you a bit of a deal. We're going to save you over £10 with this deal. So actually, for anybody who is really interested in chainmail designs, this could be the perfect opportunity to stock up on your chainmail essentials, your 7mm jump rings. $18.95, so it's like buying one, getting one for £4. It normally costs you $14.95. So as I say, a saving there of over £10 for 100 jump rings. And if there are new jewellery makers out there looking at these thinking, I don't know what you're talking about, what on earth is chainmail? It's only obvious if you know. Some people may not be aware of this technique. Just have a look at the kind of creations you can put together with this chainmail technique. So this is basically the idea of creating innovative links working with your jump rings. These are much more intricate than I could achieve, I think. I like chainmail though. I'm getting into my chainmail. I've created 4 or 5 different pieces now. But as I say, even for people who aren't necessarily chainmail artists, anybody who's working within jewellery designs, you need to get hold of your chainmail. In fact, Sarah uncovered a little chainmail link.
Just a tiny weeny link, but it just changes the feel of them.
Absolutely. I love chainmail because I think that it always creates a very professional finish to your designs. Very, very tight, flush finish when you create chainmail looks, I think.
It does, and it just really is just a beautiful finish when you just, even if you don't do chainmail but you just want to do a little bit of 2-in-1 link or something like that, very simple. You can make your own charm bracelets doing that.
Yes.
You can just
I made one. That was my first ever piece of chainmail. I made one, and my my grandmother, who watches the show, asked if she could have it for Christmas. So
there you go.
There you go.
Instant presents.
Save me some cat. No, I'm joking. I bought her a gift as well. Lots of people getting involved with this. It is, of course, a wholesale deal. So maybe you've been looking at your finding stash recently and thinking, oh, I'm running a bit low on jump rings. This is going to be your best opportunity to stock up on an essential item. 100 rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings, 7mm in size, available right now with a saving of over £10. Normally it would cost you $29.90, tonight $18.95, so really impressive saving. That's why I've got so many people multi-buying this. I'm going to leave this one with you and we're going to move on. Moving on now to these gorgeous faceted amethyst. Again, this is coming from our Gems of Distinction range, and when you see the finish on the gemstones, you'll understand why we consider this to be an elite strand of gemstones. Just look at that rich purple tone. And actually, this would match up perfectly with those coated chalcedony that we had. It's the exact same treatment these are received. Very similar size. I think the chalcedony were 10mm, these are 9mm, so that will work perfectly within your designs. And actually, the colour tones are perfect together. And can you see the way that coating is giving you that play of light on the surface of the gemstones? Really interesting. Of course, normally, if we were to look at a strand of amethyst in this way, we'd be expecting to see a little bit of clarity, expect to see the light pass through the gemstone. But because of that coating, it's almost creating a luster on the surface of a gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous, and probably perfect for those designs maybe you're putting together for evening wear. Like Sarah was describing, those showcase pieces, this will be perfect in those designs. You're still dealing with a very traditional gemstone, probably the most heavily used gemstone on the high street, gorgeous amethyst. And this evening, we have the last in stock available for you. 100 carats in total, faceted amethyst, 9mm in size. These would actually look beautiful inserted braiding, braided techniques, wouldn't they?
They would. I mean, facets are really going to bring your braiding pieces to life. If you're going to use them with your macrame, you might want to, you know, use these if you've done a piece of kamihimo as the beads that go at the end where the clasp would go if you're using your wax Waiko. Yeah. But they're just beautiful. I mean, I would just have a beautiful beaded neckline piece made of those, possibly with some. I love using gold with the purple tones anyway. So, but you know, it doesn't matter what colour metal tones you use with that, because it's got such a rich depth of colour.
Absolutely.
It can take every different colour of metal tones with it.
And actually, I think the coating would allow those metal tones to work. I can see that because of these little beads that you've got, which would actually form quite good spaces in your designs, we're picking up on that that silver metallic tone on the coating actually. So really, really interesting. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point this evening, $9.95. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, but we're not staying there. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to give everybody out there an exclusive reduction. Should be $9.95, but where are we actually going to? $6.95. So there you go. Producer Deanne. Slight graphical error, but don't panic. The price is going to come on screen right now, $6.95. Once again, handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. This is going to be your best opportunity to get hold of this strand. We only have a limited number available, and these 9mm faceted amethyst rounds are available. They add it to your order price now. The clearance price maybe of $6.95. Lots of people multi-buying this strand, people taking 2s and 3s. Congratulations to Patricia, anonymous buyer, Marion, Michelle, a new buyer. You've all got 2 heading your way. I've got a new buyer taking 3 of these as well. If you are placing this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Barbara, you're there as well. You've got 2 as well. It is, of course, a clearance price on probably one of the most recognisable gemstones you could ever work with. Gorgeous amethyst, the gemstone of romance. It looks to me like this is going to be a sellout strand this evening. How many of these did we have to begin with? We only had 35 to start with. Well, there's 5 people who have got 2, so that's 10 gone. So that takes us down to 25. There's easily another 20 people on the phone lines. The final 5 I'm estimating available right now at the clearance price of $6.95. I'm going to leave that one with you at that clearance price for 60 minutes. We're going to move straight on to these gorgeous peach coloured pearls. These are probably as close to rounds as I've seen for quite some time here at Jewellery Maker. Oh, there you go. They are. They're 7mm plain rounds. I thought, wow, they're pretty round. That's because that is their intended shape. You can tell they're not potato pearls because they don't have those little sort of irregularities on the surface of a gemstone. These are really beautiful. The same kind of quality of pearls you'd expect to see in, you know, a boutique jewellery store, and if they had restranded this and added a silver clasp, you could easily be expecting to pay up to, well, £150 and beyond for a pearl necklace elsewhere.
Oh gosh, yeah, I mean, there's a shop near me that's like a boutique jewellers, and a 3 mil pair of earrings in there, you were only just got change out of £100.
There you go.
And they were only sterling silver, but 3 mil pearls, 2 pearls, sterling silver setting, and not much change out of £100.
Well, I saw a pearl necklace in a boutique in Birmingham. I was talking to Hannah Osborne about this. I think I might have mentioned it to you actually. And it had a sterling silver clasp. It was like oxidised, you know, it had a sort of vintage feel to it. The pearls were definitely not perfect rounds, and it was £135. And Hannah did say to me, "You should have bought it.
Yeah,
you would have made money on it, even at £135." That's not going to be your price point tonight for these 7 mil peach pearl rounds. Real gorgeous femininity from this particular strand of pearls. There you go, you can see it there. It's almost, it depends again what you match it up with, because you can actually play on more of the sort of golden or champagne like tones there, or of course you can play on the femininity you've got from the peach pearlescence. £14.95 for genuine cultured pearls. £14.95 should be your price. That's not going to be your clearance price tonight. Dion, in a very generous mood, she's once again handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. She's trying to give you a risk-free shopping experience, and she's trying to make these genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. There's absolutely no reason why anyone can't get a strand of this home for £11.95 and appreciate it for 30 days, even if you don't keep them as your final decision. But anybody out there who has bridal commissions underway, for example, these are as close to perfect pearls as we have ever seen. I mean, to be honest, the last time I saw a pearl this round here on Jewellery Maker, it was probably a shell pearl rather than a genuine cultured pearl, which is exactly what you've got here. Genuine cultured pearls, 7 mil in size. We brought you a bit of a deal on your neon blue pearls earlier. We can have a look at that as a combination, because then all of a sudden maybe you will start to see that golden pearlescence coming through. We know that blues and golds work really well together. That's fantastic, actually. So I think these have more of a sort of classic, elegant feel to them. These have more of a contemporary feel, but mixing the two together might look really gorgeous. I personally am seeing spring weddings when I look at this particular strand.
But it takes you right through the seasons as a strand of pearls, because I can see that worn in winter with an elegant evening dress.
Yes.
I can see it with I own a snow white evening dress, and I think those would look absolutely amazing.
When you say a snow white evening dress, do you mean in the style of the Disney character,
no,
or it is
as
white?
in the colour? So it's not bright white, it's a
yes,
snow white
I know
colour.
what
But
you
yes, no, I don't dress as Snow White for Christmas dues or anything like that, no.
I dress up as Spider-Man whenever I can.
Do you?
£11.95 is your clearance price for genuine culture pearls. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So for me, that is a must-have. I think every single jewellery maker out there should be investing in that strand of pearls, because they're almost perfect rounds, gorgeous femininity, and a price reduction. Really can't say any fairer than that. I'm going to move on now. Now this, again, for the elite jewellery makers, this is the kind of detailed clasp that you want to be able to provide your customers, particularly if you're working on personal commissions. So if somebody's approached you and said that they want you to create a bespoke piece of jewellery for them, this is the kind of finish which, again, is going to elevate you as a jewellery maker onto that next level and allow you to achieve those higher price points. We're actually looking at a very professional tongue-in-box clasp here, and you've actually got a cabochon black onyx set into a huge gram weight of silver. I'm not entirely sure of the gram weight, but very weighty amount of sterling silver here. You can see how secure the clasp itself is, and it's a box clasp, and this part just slides in. So it's a really professional look to the finish on your jewellery designs. And of course black onyx, again, one of those very popular, very familiar gemstones that's used on the high street. A very classic gemstone, if you like, because of course if you have created a two-tone monochrome design, maybe a piece of evening wear, that is the perfect finish to that design, wouldn't you agree? Now the cabochon itself is 11mm in size, and that is 2 carats of black onyx. Huge amount of sterling silver there, so it's got a really solid feel and very easy to use clasp. So that's the perfect way, you know, particularly if you have created quite a gem heavy piece, you need a very sturdy clasp. You don't want to be losing your gemstones the second time you wear the necklace, for example. Oops, a daisy.
I see that working really, really well with that strand of pearls you just had.
Really?
Going for a real sort of, you know, period costume
Classic
type feel,
elegance,
Downton
really,
Abbey.
isn't it? Yeah.
Just because, you know, it's one of those things, you know, pearls will move naturally on the neckline, so your clasp may swing round to the front, and if you've got a beautiful clasp like that, you're not going to mind in one.
I like that combination of colour tones, actually.
Just a really sort of quite a, it's putting a bit of a sort of an old styled twist on it, you know, giving it a vintage feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's really popular in bespoke jewellery designs, isn't it, to sort of recreate vintage looks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, especially with the sort of period costume dramas that we've had on TV recently, you know, Downton Abbey and all of those different styles of sort of costume, people are really looking towards those styles of jewellery. So that's a really classic way of being able to use a really traditional style clasp with a traditional gemstone.
Absolutely. And as I say, black onyx, heavily used on the high street. You know, I was talking earlier about the charm shop, which is so popular. They heavily feature black onyx in their designs, don't they? Definitely. If you do want to get involved with this deal, I only have a limited number, I'm afraid. And when you see the price point, you'll understand why. $7.95, as I say, all sterling silver. So again, allowing you to create a very professional finish to your designs. And I love the way this beautiful black onyx is set into the silver work, because again, it's that attention to detail which is going to enhance your jewellery designs and elevate them onto that next level. People are going to appreciate that you're working at a slightly higher level than other jewellery makers because of the solidity of the finish to your design, but also the professionalism of the way the gemstone is set into the sterling silver. It almost looks like the kind of clasp that has been taken from an old vintage piece and upcycled into a new design. It
does, and you know, to get hold of these really professional clasps is a real pleasure to work with them, because they just change your jewellery completely. Yes, we have some beautiful toggle clasps and some beautiful lobster claw clasps and things like that, but this is just different. It changes your jewellery completely.
It's that
and it
extra, it's that little bit extra, isn't it?
It's almost like you've completely finished the piece, because it's gemstone on gemstone and there's just in sterling silver. It's beautiful. I absolutely love using these.
Lots and lots of people getting involved. We started with 50 of these in stock, and I can tell you we've only got around about 25 remaining now. So many people multi-buying these. Leslie, you've got 3. Catherine, you've got 2. Alberta, you've got 2. If you want to add this to your order, it could be that this is your last opportunity if you want to get involved. Your black onyx sterling silver box clasp available right now for $7.95. I'm going to leave that one there as Jean comes through and takes 2 as well. And we're going to move on to very, very difficult gemstone for us to get hold of. Beautiful chrome diopside. Now, regular viewers, regular gemstone enthusiasts will already be aware of why this gemstone is so rare. And actually, I would say that it's not necessarily for the reason that everybody assumes. It's not as black and white as it sounds. When we say that we can only mine for this gemstone 2 to 3 months of the year, that's really not the reason it's so rare. It sort of feeds into it. Basically, we find this gemstone in regions like Siberia, the outer outskirts of Russia, basically in the tundra, very, very cold environments. And so as a result, it's just too cold to go mining in those regions for any more than 2 to 3 months of the year. Now the reason that has such an impact on the amount of chrome diopside we can yield year on year is that there are fewer and fewer miners dedicating their time to sourcing this gemstone. So instead of dedicating 2 or 3 months of each year to sourcing this gemstone, they tend to focus on other gemstones. So each year we've got less miners dedicating their time to sourcing chrome diopside. So that's why the yields are actually getting smaller year on year. It's not to do with Mother Nature not creating as much. It's not to do with the fact that we can only go there 2 to 3 months a year, because we've always only been able to go there for that amount of time. So we used to have, for example, this is completely just an analogy to show you. So if in 2010, for example, we had 100 or say 1,000 miners going to this region to get hold of chrome diopside, they would stockpile it and sell it over the 12-month period. So it still didn't really have a massive impact, but because those 1,000 miners thought, well, I'm only working 2 to 3 months a year, in 2011 only 500 miners turn up. So even though there's the same amount of chrome diopside, we've still got 3 months to mine for it. All of a sudden we've only got half the people working in that mine to actually source this gemstone. 2012 we go down to say 300. 2013 now we've only got 250 people. Now these numbers are completely made up. I'm just trying to show you the level of interest in the gemstone. And of course, really strangely, but this is the nature of the jewellery industry, the less that's available, the more sought after it becomes. When a gemstone becomes rare, the value increases on it. People want to get hold of it because they understand the inherent value in a gemstone like chrome diopside. Now these are faceted pear drops. They range in size from 5x4 to 9x6, and you can do whatever you like, producer Dion, as she says in my ear. Probably shouldn't be price slashing it then. You definitely shouldn't be price slashing it. I know you're going to, but now that I've made it clear to everybody that it's the producer's decision and not mine, I'm 100% comfortable. Okay, we'll share the blame, because for me, giving bespoke jewellery designers the ability to offer their customers, their clientele, one of the rarest gemstones available, a gemstone that even some of the biggest jewellers in the world probably won't get hold of in the next 12 months, that's a pretty exciting opportunity. Currently available for $27.95. We are going to make this even more affordable. We're going to take it to under £1 a carat, and not $24.95, $21.95. So that is seriously impressive. Of course, this is the kind of gemstone which, again, might just get you noticed as a jewellery maker. This is the kind of gemstone that might lead to personal commissions coming your way, because, as I say, you can't expect every single person out there to have the same depth of knowledge as you about gemstones and about gemstone jewellery. But the only way for those potential customers to understand the inherent value within your designs is for you to educate them, and the way to do that is to work with these gemstones. Beautiful chrome diopside. It will only be available at this price point for the next 60 minutes. If you want to get involved, start dialing right now, because it has never previously been price slashed. It's another one of those gemstones as well, because the inherent value sort of builds as you work with the gemstone, because of course if there's not much chrome diopside available on the market, and then this sort of turns up for trade in Jaipur and our buying office manages to get hold of some, they hand this over to some very experienced lapidarists, but of course those gentlemen know that this is a very, very sought after gemstone. They know how much it can be priced at per carat, and so now the faceting process becomes quite a nervy experience, doesn't it? You don't want to slip and destroy any chrome diopside, because you know that there's not going to be a great deal of it hanging around over the next few months. So if you do want to get hold of this, never previously been price slashed, this is your best opportunity to get hold of 25 carats of chrome diopside for $21.95, under £1 a carat. I should say, if you are placing this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, check out to avoid disappointment. I'm just going to say one more thing. which really backs up the value behind this gemstone, is that recently I had a customer that I was talking to on Facebook, and she told us this story that she'd placed some of our chrome diopside with some of our pearls. Maybe if you got hold of these pearls, it might be a nice combination. She actually was too scared to send the design into the Wall of Fame because she thought it wasn't good enough, basically. So instead, she took it for independent valuation at a jeweller near to her, and it was valued at over £200 a piece. And she told me that the pearls she'd bought off us for, I think, £8.95, the chrome diopside. I think she'd paid around about £30, so £29.95. Of course, you're getting a price point of £21.95, but £200 plus was the valuation on the piece. And he actually asked our jewellery maker if he could sell it in his window because he'd never had the opportunity to sell chrome diopside before. So even jewellers who've been in the industry for 25 plus years may never have had the opportunity to sell chrome diopside. You have that opportunity as a bespoke jewellery maker. £21.95, the lowest ever price for this strand. It's never previously been slashed. If you want to add that to your order, this is your best opportunity. We're going to keep going, trying to find and add it to your order price for everybody out there, and just have a look at this. For me, it's all about the cut here, but I imagine lots of people's decision is going to be based on the colour tone. Again, you've got this rich, hot pink. So you can either integrate this into very feminine designs, or you can incorporate into some of those funky contemporary designs playing on that colour tone. For me, all about this incredible faceting work, step cut, twisted rondelles. Very, very difficult cut to achieve for our Labradorite. So a lot of hard work has gone into creating this particular strand of gemstones. This is actually coated quartz, so we've been able to create this almost shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. It's actually allowing the light to cascade down those step cut facets. We are going to provide you with another price reduction for this Gems of Distinction strand, currently available on our website for $11.95, but we're not staying there. Oh, okay, so we're getting people message through about items because everything's going so low. We've just taken this down to $7.95, another clearance price this evening here on Jewellery Maker, this time for over 100 carats of beautiful hot pink quartz. And actually, these pearls, I can see why they're proving to be so popular. They work with virtually any other gemstone, don't they? That's kind of what you were intimating, isn't it?
It is the nature of the gemstone that they pick up tones on the luster from other gemstones around them. Absolutely. So when you put pink with them, you get more pink luster coming off the pearl. And I think pearls just highlight and create feminine beauty with whatever you put them with. So you really can't go wrong with a strand of pearls. I would be buying several strands of pearls at that price, because I would be picking them out of my neutrals box, as I call it. But I also have a big stash of pearls. But they're one of the ones that I reach for all the time. And clients really like pearls because they're very classic. But yes, they've got a modern twist because they've come back into fashion again. Absolutely. So they really do love them. And when you can put them with a variety of different gemstones like that hot pink, wow. It just really, I mean, I love that anyway, and I would wear that every day, that combination. It just makes everything come alive once you put it with something that complements it. And actually, we've got lots of people getting involved to ask if they can have these pearls. The code is available on the bottom of the screen right now, but you'll need to speak to a member of the help team to add these to your order. Alternatively, if you are shopping at jewellerymaker.com, of course, you can add them to your basket if there are any available in stock. So the code's on the bottom of the screen. The clearance price that we provided you for this gorgeous strand of pink quartz is also available at $7.95. I'm going to leave up one there because it is now time to hit the dizzle with the Star Bizzle. Welcome back to the Star Buy, and the reason we're being silly is just because me and Dion are always silly. So Dion's producing tonight in place of Liam, and Brucey Bonus is also on a little break, and so we're joined by the fantastically talented Ryan. Sam's here because we introduced everybody to Sam last week. She's joined the team. So Dan's gone the other side, Sam's come here.
And of course, everybody's favourite. He's always ready to participate. It's Pete, look at him.
Always ready.
Arms extended, saying the words, always ready. Okay, it's time for a star buy. This time we are going to launch a premiere strand of beautiful sky blue topaz. It's quite a subtle colour hue that you've got with this particular strand, a real sort of icy blue. Polished rondelles, so again, it's quite an interesting finish because I think polished gemstones look really, really high end. I think they look really professional. A lot of the time the faceting on the gemstones will almost mask a few maybe of the inclusions, or if there's a slight imperfection of the cut. But with the polished gemstones, there's nowhere to hide. You've got to see that clarity. You've got to appreciate that colour hue. And so you've got to be very, very confident that the gemstones themselves are of a particular quality. And that's exactly what you've got here. Beautiful sky blue topaz, or I think, shall I do another of my colour classifications? So I would say ice blue topaz. Doesn't actually exist, but I've made it up. Ice blue topaz, because it is quite a subtle hue. You will be able to pick out the blue tones from the gemstone, but it's just quite subtle. That's why I'll describe it with it. These are gorgeous polished rondelles. Now they range in size from 6x3 to 13x9, and of course here we're looking at another of one of the most recognisable gemstones available on the open market, heavily used by high street jewellery designers, but also some of the biggest designers in the world. When we were doing a little bit of research on this earlier in the year, I think we found that sky blue topaz, for a start, is easily the most familiar gemstone on the market. In fact, do your own research, put sky blue topaz jewellery, in fact just put topaz jewellery into your search engine. You're going to see lots and lots of examples of this gemstone being utilised by some serious designers. We did a little comparison with our own website, in fact, and we found a sky blue topaz ring. It had a 5.6 carat sky blue topaz in the centre as the focal point of the design. It was set into gold, it was accented with diamonds, so of course that would affect the price a little bit, but it also shows the prestige of topaz itself. And the price point that Gemporia, our sister channel and website, was expecting was £277. However, in doing this research, I also found that some big London design houses were charging four-figure sums for sky blue topaz design. So a very, very prestigious gemstone, very popular. And of course, again, if your customers see that you're working with some of these very, very familiar gemstones, they're going to understand that you're working on a higher level. They're going to elevate you onto that next level from other crafters out there, and that will potentially allow you to achieve higher price points. Here comes your exclusive launch price this evening, $14.95. This is a premiere launch, never been seen before. Fantastic quality of topaz, beautiful polished finish, and that very subtle icy blue hue, which is going to work with so many different colour tones. It's going to make it a very, very versatile strand. $14.95. Actually, because these rondelles themselves are quite broad, got quite a lot of depth in them, you could use just one gemstone here to create gorgeous, say, bag charms or glass charms even. They would look gorgeous.
Definitely. I mean, they really do suit themselves to being stacked up as well. So maybe just two on top of each other with a little spacer bead in between for a pair of earrings. Even use the little spaces you've got on the strand there if you want to sort of just create that little...
They're almost like little crimp beads, aren't they?
They are, just don't crimp them because they crack.
Oh yeah, of course.
Which I have done. But you
Tried
know,
and tested then.
Yes, oh yes. Because they are so similar to sort of looking to the crimp beads that you sometimes pick them up by accident, so keep them separate. But they are lovely to use, you know, and I would be using those. Actually, I would put that with that hot pink strand you had earlier.
Oh really?
Yeah,
the pink
really.
quartz?
Yeah.
That's a great idea, because then of course you can sort of play on the subtlety of the colour from the topaz and allow this gemstone to really shine.
You can do, yeah, and I would maybe just use one of those hot pinks and the rest all the topaz and just really go for it. So just use that colour.
Well, that Producer Dion having her own little negotiation there in my ear. She's decided to give everybody an even lower launch price, now down to $11.95. So now a complete risk-free experience. You can literally get this home. We've handed you back the equivalent of your P&P, so that's not really a consideration in the price point. $11.95, get this home, see it in the flesh, maybe match it up with your pink quartz or your iolite or your pearls. See how it's going to work in those designs before you make your final decision. $11.95, you can get this home, and then of course you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. We're now going to move on because we're going to give you another double whammy star buy, this time an essential component once again in the form of your toggle clasp, but not any old toggle clasps. Oh, can I tell everybody the name of this bundle in a brilliant way? Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ah! Everybody's cat just ran out the room. Most people are watching for the next 2 hours on mute. I was going to ask Pete to come and do it, but he's not performing tonight. Go Pete, what a legend. Let's hear that singing voice again, you see? I noticed that they came to as anonymous. Didn't want to put their name to it, but Pete, was that you?
Maybe.
Anything to participate. It couldn't be any worse than that effort then. Here we go. So these are your rose gold plated sterling silver heart-shaped clasps. You get 4 of them as part of this deal. 12 by 11 mil. The T-bar is 20 mil in size. I mean, once again, the perfect way to create a very feminine, very elegant, very opulent finish to your designs. We love to work with rose gold. Do you scare my cat? I knew I'd scare a cat doing that. There we go. But as I say, you know, when we are potentially trying to sell our jewellery designs, or of course, if we're creating designs to give to loved ones as gifts, it's important to provide everybody with that, I suppose, professional finish, but actually just the finish that people associate with a luxury item like a jewellery design. And of course, you've got that iconic romantic shape of the beautiful heart there. Love toggle clasps, again, particularly useful if you've created a gem heavy piece, because of course the weight will provide you with the solidity in the fastening. 4 of your heart-shaped toggle clasps here, rose gold plated 925 sterling silver. So we're talking about, once again, high end on top of high end, that gold plated sterling silver, and you've got all the versatility from your rose gold, providing you with warmth in certain designs, femininity in other designs. In fact, to be honest, if you did want to just restrand this string of pearls and add a beautiful rose gold heart-shaped clasp, that for me is a finished piece of jewellery right there.
Yeah, very classic, very elegant and timeless, you know. And if you have got a wedding coming up and you might be thinking, I'm going to make my bridesmaids a gift.
Yes, of course.
What about making them more beautiful pearl bracelets?
Pearl bracelets,
to go?
you only need half of the strand then
Exactly.
as well.
And you know, we might have flower girls and they've only got little wrists if they're
Yes.
ready to, you know, little, so, you know, and that's something you could, you know, you could put a little charm, a little chain extender on there and they can have it for the rest of their life, but actually fitting on the day.
Bigger. That's good, actually. That's a great idea, because I do know that we've got one customer who actually owns a bridal shop, and she does that exactly what you've just described. Yeah. She buys lots of pearls from us, especially if, I bet she's watching tonight, if she saw that, she'll have bought them up. And she creates bracelets and necklaces to give us gifts, because of course bridal dresses, bridal parties do spend an absolute fortune.
They do indeed.
Attire.
I remember it well, going in and being aghast at the prices, unfortunately.
I'm going to be fitted or refitted for my kilt on Tuesday for my sister's wedding next week. So, well, 2 weeks this weekend, in fact. This weekend is the stag do. Loving You, the rose gold plated heart-shaped toggle clasp, 4 in total, a star buy deal. Right, so normally, just to get a 2-pack of these heart-shaped clasps, it's $6.95. That's incredible value as it is actually. So we're talking about less than £3.50 for rose gold plated sterling silver, normally. But that's not your price tonight, because we have created this wholesale deal, a 4-pack. Normally 2 cost you $6.95. Tonight you can have 4 for $8.95. So that's essentially like buying 1 pack and getting 1 pack for £1, because Dee did that little trick again. She got it approved at $8.95, then she took it to $7.95. People flying through on the phone lines now. I'm not surprised. That is a serious deal for your rose gold plated sterling silver heart-shaped clasps here. Really impressive finish to any jewellery design. Of course, that kind of finish that will potentially elevate your designs from being homemade to being beautiful handmade bespoke jewellery designs. Congratulations to Susan, Pamela, Catherine, Julie, Chris, Kathleen, Bryony, Sharon, Deborah. We've created a short queue on the phone lines. I'm not really surprised with price points like that. Of course, you know, I sometimes mention this on the show, and I don't want to sound repetitive or boring, but of course we have new buyers joining us all the time here on Jewellery Maker. Sometimes when we're hitting you with so much information, people don't always stop to appreciate the value that's actually being presented. Of course, the kind of price points that you can pay for base metals and semi-precious metals, let alone precious metals like rose gold, are fluctuating, not just from day to day, but hour to hour. They affect the whole world's financial markets. I don't know when we'll be able to bring you deals like this on rose gold plated sterling silver. So my advice, take advantage of these wholesale deals. Only available for the next 60 minutes, but lots of people stocking up on their heart-shaped rose gold plated sterling silver toggle clasp. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. If you do enter a short queue, don't panic, it's a free phone number. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals and of course more star buy opportunities. Don't go away.
If you're new to jewellery making and want to learn all the essential techniques, then this is the perfect workshop for you. Join experienced resident designer Linda and learn how to get to grips with this addictive hobby. Learn how to create necklaces, earrings and bracelets with genuine gemstones. You will also have the opportunity to try a range of jewellery making mediums for beginners, including wirework, macrame and kumihimo. The full course includes a wide selection of gemstones and findings, threading materials, 0.4 and 0.8 silver plated wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and our museum and a visit to our shop. All of this for just £59.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Start your new hobby today with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. So many incredible deals already at the halfway point, but so many more to come. Just have a look at our superstar buy coming up at the end of the show. Gorgeous Labradorite. This is coming up at 8:45 tonight. It's a superstar buy. I just want to show you. There's so much Labradorescence coming through. There we go. Don't know why it's so difficult in our studio lights. It's obviously just the placement of the faceting on the gemstones themselves. And I can tell you that this strand is going to be launched at under £8 for genuine Labradorite faceted top drill drops. We also have even more incredible wholesale deals. I mean, for example, this shell bundle. We've been asked quite a lot recently for the same gemstone, same colour tone, but in different shapes. That's exactly what we're going to provide you with tonight. And I can tell you that this particular 3-strand bundle is going to be launched in probably the next hour or so. 8 PM in fact. So there you go. So less than an hour to wait. This is an incredible deal. Everyone's going to want to take advantage of that. But before that, it's our job to find and add it to your order price for everybody's order out there. And we're starting with your watermelon solar quartz. And producer's just saying that these remind her of tie-dye, but absolutely 100%. You can see exactly where you're coming from there. Because of course, when you actually sort of tie-dye a piece of clothing, you know that every single time it's going to look different, don't you? It's going to look bespoke, if you like, and that's the same effect that you've got from these beautiful gemstones. No two are going to be the same. I love the organic nature. Over 100 carats here, and the thing I love about solar quartz is the fact that you can see the crystal formations come to fruition because of this slight impurity. It's still in the center of the gemstone. I mean, these are just crying out to be the focal point of any design, aren't they? And again, you could take this in a number of different directions. You could either create a very sort of dramatic or theatrical piece because of the size of the gemstones and the almost the theatre that's going on inside the gemstone from all that texture, those inclusions. But then again, you can match it up with other gemstones to create a really feminine look because you've got those fuchsia tones coming through. So very, very versatile gemstone strand. We know how popular solar quartz is here at Jewellery Maker. Probably one of those gemstones that would traditionally be overlooked by, you know, master jewelers. But of course, when we're creating bespoke jewellery designs, when we are potentially entering quite a competitive market in terms of the number of crafters out there, it's always important to work with anything that provides you with something a little bit different, something that has its own personality to it. Now, these solar quartz ovals range in size from 14 by 12 to 25 by 16, and here comes your price, $8.95. And you're going lower. I swear that Sarah and I launched a strand of solar quartz recently at an exclusive launch price that wasn't as low as $8.95, was it?
It wasn't, no.
This wasn't the one that Sarah and I brought together, but actually, I launched this. It must have been on a morning show, was it? There you go, I remember really. $6.95, that's a clearance price. There's no two ways about it.
Definitely, that's an amazing price. That's such an interesting gemstone as well. I love using them.
8 gemstones in total, so that's less than £1 per gemstone. I mean, they're all large enough to be pendants, wouldn't you?
Oh, definitely, yes. You know, if you want, you know, that sort of cost to you, you know, if you're using 2 to make a pair of earrings, 2 similar sized ones, of course they're not going to be similarly marked, but that's the nature of this gemstone, which is beautiful. I love that. Yeah, and you know, I would be incorporating that hot pink wire. I would be thinking about, you know, maybe if you've got some ribbon and things in your collection, maybe using a little bit of ribbon, maybe a tiny little piece of kumihimo and having one of those at the bottom of that, or you know, using them for all different sorts of things, because when the cost is a little lower like it is now, I'd be thinking bag charms as well. These are great for that.
So now all of a sudden, solar quartz we've made it so accessible that you can actually create some like everyday contemporary pieces just because of the price point.
That's it. You know, when you're making your bag charms, you might be using, you know, one a piece of this. You know, you're using something of a similar tone. So you might have some sort of howlite that might be a turquoise colour. You'd be picking out the tones in that and just picking them out to go with the bag. So you know, you can use lots of your sort of leftover gemstones as well to make those sorts of items, those bag charms. I always keep a good stock of like odd gemstones.
Yeah.
And I use them for all sorts of charms and charm bracelets and all sorts of different things.
And that's, I suppose, the way to expand your jewellery collection and have some affordable pieces that you can sell as well. Because, of course, different sort of pitches require different price points, don't they? I mean, if you're selling at the summer fete at school,
that's it.
You need to be working with more affordable pieces. If you're going to
if you're
certain
selling,
locations.
if you're selling in a boutique on a sort of exclusive street that's got lots of gift shops, you're going to be charging a little bit more. Yeah,
much higher price points, of course. So $6.95, unbelievable deal. I never thought that I'd see this strand of solar quartz going that low. I was surprised at $8.95. I wonder if I got blamed for it being launched so low. $6.95 is the price point right now, and only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on. Bring you this beautiful strand of garnet. Now, at the start of the show, we had a really interesting strand of garnet. It had multiple types of garnets. You had your green garnet, your hazelnut garnet, and your red garnet on one strand. And it's nice to be able to offer your customers those alternative varieties. But I think when most people consider working with beautiful garnet, they think of this rich red tone. I'm just going to move out the way a little bit so we can get a little bit of light and we can appreciate those almost pomegranate-like tones here. Right. Do you know what? That's all become clear now. There's a bit of a reaction going on in the gallery, Sarah, because on our sister channel, Gems TV, they're having girls' night. And all of the male colleagues are wearing dresses, apparently. That's the kind of thing we do here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. You got to appreciate that on our birthday show on Sunday. I think you and Pete should do a duo for us viewers.
Are we going to wear dresses?
What, wearing dresses? They want a duet, a singing duet. We'll wait until we've got our gowns on. We'll do it another night. I'm always ready to perform. You know that, Pete. Get in here. You can teach me your song. Come on. I want to learn the jewellery making song. How did it go again?
You're begging for this song and it ain't gonna happen.
Denied. Shall I do my rendition of Pete's song?
Oh.
What was it again? I can't even remember the tune.
Try it.
Go on, what is it? It's something like Jewellery Maker. That was basically what I saw you doing, Pete, on screen. Are you aware that you were doing this on live TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's essential in the charts, mate.
It's off my album.
It's off my album. He's a nutter. Right, 95 carats of January's birthstone. Very traditional colour tone here, that rich red tone. And they range in size from 5 to 11 mil. Lots of faceting on the surface of these gemstones, so you've got lots of lustre there. And here comes your price point. $11.95. Absolutely spectacular price point for this huge carat of gorgeous garnet. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, place this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com. Julie, you're there. Margaret as well, you're getting involved. Make sure you check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. January's birthstone here, faceted as always to perfection. And I love the very subtle variation in sizes because you could create some interesting designs here. It's quite a broad finish to the droplet shape. Gorgeous lustre from a depth of colour. Gems of Distinction strand of gorgeous garnet, January's birthstone. If you want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. Okie dokie. Okay, how many of these have we actually got in stock? Okay, quite a reasonable stock, although who knows whether we'll ever have enough of these gorgeous carvings to go round. 5 petaled flowers of gorgeous rhodonite. Love this gemstone. Really dramatic finish to the design. Once again, Mother Nature doing all the hard work for us by creating this rose pink base colour and then that webbing, that matrix of black or earthy banding on the surface of the gemstone. So a real dramatic finish to the gemstone itself, particularly when you've got gemstones of this size, 30 mil in size, providing you with over 600 carats of gorgeous rhodonite, all hand carved to perfection. You even get your little spacer beads in there as well. Perfect. Over 600 carats in total. We haven't seen these for some time. In fact, the opportunity to bring you these is a bit few and far between. Of course, it's quite time consuming for any lapidarist to hand carve each and every gemstone, but that's exactly what we've done for you on this particular strand. We only have a double figure quantity available. The last in stock. Here comes your price point. Okay, here comes the price point you should be paying. I told you my producer was feeling generous. We're going to hand you back a crisp £5 note. Down to £7.95. Wow. I mean, each and every gemstone here could be used as the focal point of a design, so you could potentially use them as pendants, or I'm thinking really on trend, those sort of showcase ring designs, flower power rings. Those are the kind of affordable items for the summer fete, aren't they? Yeah, quite simple to create a wirework shank for that.
Yeah, or if you want to make a bit of gizmo and make it into a bangle and have that as the focal point.
Interesting, yes.
You know, you can do lots very, very quickly and very economically to create really nice designs. So
especially when the gemstone itself is going to do all the work, isn't it?
That's it, it's doing all the work. And because you've got those petals, it's really easy if you're not a really proficient wire worker, you've got somewhere to anchor the wire. It actually anchors into those petal points quite easily for you.
Ah, that's a good thinking actually, because you can see here very definitive petal carvings. You see that? And so Sarah's saying, because of that depth, you can actually easily wrap your wire into those sections. So really easy to create beautiful ring or bangle designs. Great price reduction as well. £5 saving there. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on, because we're going to give everybody a second bite of the cherry as far as our jewellery kit is concerned. Now, we launched this in the opening hour of the show. I'm going to stroll over and I'm going to get in trouble because I'm going to take my coffee with me. I don't think Disney really care if I promote their trademarking, but I'll keep it off screen all the same. So we launched this in the opening hour. Sarah's been working with this for some time.
Yes.
And we were originally supposed to launch this kit at $21.95, but tonight, because the idea behind our kits is to help everybody get started with the hobby, we gave you a little price reduction. We're going to honour that right now. We're taking it back down to $17.95. Now, I should say you get a lot of gemstones in this kit. You have got your lavender amethyst rectangles, your gorgeous sky blue apatite. Let's just separate those out a little bit so we can appreciate the gemstones. And then this huge array of organically cut moonstone, white moonstone. There's all your 3 gemstone strands. You've also got your traditional threading materials in the form of 50 metre beading thread, 6 metres of elastic, and 80 metres of monofilament. 115 pieces of rose gold plated copper findings. There you go, a metre of chain, your ribbon cord ends, toggle clasps, your little detailed spacer beads, your jump rings, 3 different kinds of head pins, including the floral head pins and the fine head pins that will go through the smaller drill holes, your crimp beads, your crimp bead covers, your shepherd hooks, and your little clamshell beads as well. On top of that, we also gave you this extra little finding tonight. And what were we calling them? The little boing boing?
Boingy
boingy boings.
Boingy boings.
Why not? They're almost like little double-ended bead caps
Yeah.
They look exactly like a Diablo
They
director, and I do think that every time I see them. Anybody who can get that to spin on a piece of 0.25mm wire will be really impressed. So we also give you 10 of those, and those were in the silver finish. So when we gave you this afternoon, excited by this kit?
Yeah, it's got a lot of texture and colour tone to it, so it's really nice to be able to use and to have lots of different elements in there. So we've got the rose gold findings and having those bead caps as well, which just allows you to do lots of different things. So I kind of went to town a little bit with the neckline piece there with the apatite, using the fine head pins, and then I just kept it really simple with some of the pieces with the earrings. And then a little bit more ornate on the bangle piece. So
I mean, in all honesty, any other day I'd expect to pay, well, over $17.95 for these 3 strands of gemstones. Unbelievable value here. Because of course, even at $21.95, that was pretty much a wholesale price, but at $17.95 it's almost unfathomable really, because you've got so many findings here.
Yeah.
The perfect way to stock up on your gemstones, your findings, and of course you get these unique little boingy boings, as we've called them.
They are great though, they're just really easy to use. You can either use them to put multiple strands through, you can use them as bead caps, you can use them as I have on the wirework piece, and just use them as little spacers. You can do all sorts of different things.
Well, you've created 8 pieces of jewellery here. I know you've incorporated a little bit of wire on 1 or 2 of them, but you know, we've given people wire deals tonight, so there's no excuse not to get that into your collection. But 8 pieces for $17.95. Talking about what, just over £2 a piece there?
Yeah, and I've still got loads of the moonstone left in my tray as well. I've used it.
Are you going to give us a quick demo on one of your pieces?
I am. I'm going to show you a little bit of crochet with that one, because I think
we saw that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, but it's a bit different doing it with the wire. I know some of the designers have crocheted with the beading thread before in the past. And this is a great one for beginners with crochet, because if you only know how to do a chain, you can create that piece. You don't need to have to know how to do all the other sort of movements where you go back on yourself and create different rows.
Sure.
So you don't have to do that. You just literally have to learn how to chain, and that's it. It's very easy.
Okay, I should say that when we originally slashed the kit from $21.95 to $17.95, we did have a huge influx of buyers. We only have a quarter of the stock remaining now on this kit. So this is just a little recap. So if you do want to get hold of this, if you can appreciate the value here, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because I think this could be a sellout kit this evening. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the award-winning help team or add it to your basket at jewellerymaker.com. You still have a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. But right now, and for the next 60 minutes, you can add all of these independent items to your order for just $17.95. 3 strands of gemstones, 115 pieces of rose gold plated copper, including your extra boing boing findings and your traditional threading materials, all for under £20 tonight. So sorry to interrupt, Sarah. I just wanted to let everybody know so nobody misses out. $17.95 for all of this. But let's see a little bit of inspiration from Sarah.
I always get asked about crochet hooks as well on Facebook, and I use different size crochet hooks. But if you've only got the Jewellery Maker one, you can make this. That's fine. But you can get other shaped, other size crochet hooks. And I used a 6.5 for that bracelet, just size wise. And the size of the crochet hook only affects the size of the loop you're going to make. So that's the only difference.
So this is dictated by the...
yeah, because when you wrap and create the stitches, it's dictated by the size of the hook you're using. Okay, so I'm using 0.25 wire, which we had 2 deals on earlier tonight, the blue and the pink. And all you do to start off with is you create a slip knot, and to do that, take 2 fingers on your left hand side, or whichever hand you find it easier to work with, and create a loop, and take the tail back underneath. So if I hold that up, put my hand behind it, can you see? It's a bit fine, but can you see I've got like a loop with a centre. And what you do is you take your hook and you hook that centre bit, so it looks a bit like a buckle, and you pull that up, and that just creates the first loop around your hook.
Okay.
Yeah. And different people hold their hooks in different ways. I hold mine with my thumb on the flat part where the number of the size of the hook is. And what you do is you take your wire away from you, so it's on my left hand side, it's going away and to my right hand side and over the hook. So I always say you push it away and pull it towards your heart. It's a bit easier way to do it. So it goes under your hook. I then use my hook to pull that tail through. And the first one is always the most difficult. So if I do this to camera, you pull it, take your hook, go underneath, or you can pull it and pull it over, whichever way you find easier. Twist your hook to hook it and pull it back through. And you just keep going. And this is a simple chain, okay? And you can see what's being created just there. So it's almost like you're knitting your own chain or crocheting your own chain. You see, it's like a little chain.
Basically knitting chain links, if you like. Yeah.
So if you want to add beads to that, all you have to do is remember to thread them onto your wire before you start. So I stole a few of the apatite off that strand. So actually the strand you showed was smaller than the one that you're actually going to get, because I snuck about an inch or two of apatite off there. So all you do is, before you do that movement, is and I even put the tassel back on the end for you.
Don't worry, I'm sure I can pull that off. I'm always pulling the tassels off the strands.
I'll put it back on for you.
You can tell from the discoloured crimp bead, the rose gold crimp bead. You banged to rights, you're caught. No, I'm joking. Our designers can do whatever they want.
Okay, so what you do is, before you make that chain, is you drop the bead down towards the crochet hook, and then you ignore it, as if you were just going to do a normal chain. So just ignore it, and then it's caught in there. You see?
Right. And it gets suspended in the link itself.
It gets suspended in there, yeah, automatically.
Okay.
So if I just do another standard chain, and I'll drop another bead in, and you literally just slide them down, and you ignore it. Just let it slide right up to the hook, and then you do your chain as standard. Now, if it gets a bit tight, just pull your wire down your hook. Don't do that. Pull your wire down your hook just to make it loose again, and then you suspend it, and you've got another gemstone in there.
I like that.
And you can do this with all sorts of different gemstones, and you can do it with up to, it depends how strong your hands are and how good you are at working with wire, but you can do it up to a 0.6.
I'll have no problem.
Okay, but start with 0.25 to start off with, and then what you'll end up with is a piece like that, and I'll just show you how to finish it off.
Sorry, just to recap, so if you were using 1 mil, you'd actually need physical strength to
You
do
would,
it.
because you're physically having to pull it round the hook, and then you're going to have to manipulate it with your hook into position.
That's actually a great thing to consider, because obviously we know that lots of jewellery makers have dexterity problems, or sometimes people are a bit more elderly. They might not have realised that until they start trying to pull a 1 mil.
You can't crochet with a 1 mil wire.
It's way too much.
Too much.
So what would you say is the maximum then? 0.6?
I would say, if you're very happy with wire work, 0.6 would be as far up as I'd go. 0.4 is fine.
Yep.
0.25 is the
ideal.
easiest.
Right. Okay. That's good. That's good info for everybody.
So to finish off, what you do is, when you've done your last chain, all you do is you pull some of the wire through with your hook, and then you can cut off the excess. Whoop, she says missing twice and 3 times. Trying to do it at an angle, not seeing the wire. So what you
flush cutting pliers they're everybody's favourite, aren't they, at the moment?
No designer is set without a pair of flush cutter pliers, I'm afraid. They are the tool for the job.
They are, aren't they?
They are. So what you do is, that last chain you did, you've got a last loop, is take your thread back through, and then take your fingers through the large loop and pull it back up. That will anchor that.
Okay.
And so I've got a mini link of chain there.
Nice, yeah.
What I've done is I've created 2 already, very quickly. Just to show you how easy it is to sort of create things. So you might think one on its own is not a lot, so it's not got much going for it, 1 piece of chain on its own. So if I put that over my hand, you can see it. It's not, hugely substantial, but you can see that, you've changed the appearance of that wire into almost a piece of chain. So what I did for my bracelet is I made 4 ungemstoned pieces of chain. I made 2 with the moonstone on them, which you can see there, suspended. So I made 2 of those. And what I did was I just took the ends, and I just literally, if you imagine I've got 6 pieces, just twisted the ends together. And if it won't twist easily, you can twist it with your pliers, like that. And then all I did with the 6 strands is I braided them. So I split it into 3 and plaited it as if I was plaiting my hair. And then what I did with the last strand, which I made with just the apatite, is, I just show you on here, is I just took that last strand and I literally wrapped it around, the one that's got all the apatite on, I just literally wrapped it around. And then I just used a ribbon clasp to clasp all the ends of the wire. Because the 0.25 is quite a fine wire, sometimes if you try and wrap them all together, you can end up with a bit of a scratchy end, even though you try and tuck those in really nice and neatly. So you could either use a wax Y comb to end it with, or you can use the ribbon clasps.
That's a good idea, because we talk about the finish being the most important part, and we don't want it to look sort of messy or handmade.
And if you are selling your jewellery, to have an extender clasp on the end of a piece of jewellery means that, you know, it doesn't matter if someone's got a 6.5 inch wrist or an 8.5 inch wrist. This will accommodate between those two. So, you know, always make your finished piece to fit a smaller wrist, like a 7-inch wrist, and then have the extender, which will take you up to a sort of an 8.5 inch
that can be the difference between making a sale and not making a sale, can't it?
It can, and also if you've, you know, possibly if you are at a stall, to have some matching coloured chain that you can just add a little piece of chain onto a clasp for somebody if it is a little bit tight. You can say, don't worry, I can give me 5 minutes, I'll make it fit you, and that's great, you know, for doing that. But I just think that changes a few gemstones into quite a beautiful piece.
It really does.
It looks a bit like spun sugar when it's done in the copper wire.
Yes. Actually, if anybody who got hold of the 4th birthday DVD collection, we do a similar effect using 0.25mm wire as a pair of earrings, and they're called the spun sugar earrings.
Well,
so
there you go. Yeah.
All I was going to actually say is, looking at your copper wire and thinking about everybody who's invested in this kit tonight, I'm thinking I've got the perfect addition. Because don't you think the Labradorescence would look really nice in the copper wire?
They go beautifully with that bracelet. I just think those two, the sort of the moonstone, the apatite, and that labradorite together is a beautiful combination,
isn't it?
You know, or take the apatite and the labradorite, and the moonstone and the labradorite. Even the amethyst goes with that labradorite.
Absolutely.
So it is an absolute fabulous combination.
The labradorite itself is coming up at 9:15, so just over an hour before we offer you the premiere launch of this strand of labradorite. I can tell you that it's going to be launched at under £8. Thank you so much for your gorgeous designs and your demonstration, Sarah. Before we bring you the labradorite, we've got so many deals to fit in over the next hour or so. So it's going to be fast and furious for the next 60 minutes or so. What I would say is, you can add as many items to your order as you wish. Make sure you check out as you go along. Where are we going to start? We'll start with one of the big 4, rubies. Have a look at this. So about July's birthstone here. Now it may be that you've never previously had the opportunity to create birthstone jewellery for a loved one who has a birthday in July, because of course ruby is not exactly the easiest or most affordable gemstone to come by. We do have examples of very high-end ruby here at Jewellery Maker. They do tend to be a little bit more considered, of course, because they're so sought after and the quality is incredible. But as I say, a little bit few and far between, often snapped up very quickly. This allows you to create some very wearable jewellery designs, still working with one of the big 4, but of course you've got a much more organic finish to these beautiful nuggets. They range in size from 3x2 to 11x3. So again, lots of texture, lots of variety, and I should say that this is in fact an 86cm strand, so huge number of gemstones here. And of course you can actually work, if you have got some of the faceted varieties of ruby, some of the more traditional varieties of ruby, actually be quite nice to work with them together, because then you'd almost be sort of telling the gemstone story on one piece of jewellery, moving from rough into those faceted finished varieties. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $14.95, but for the next 60 minutes we're going to provide you with an exclusive reduction, 345 carats of ruby nuggets for $11.95. Once again, Producer Dion handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and any time we offer you one of the big 4, this is an opportunity not to be ignored. These are the kind of gemstones which people are going to be aware of, which are going to be recognisable, even if you are currently selling at, you know, an overpopulated craft fair. I would say that not every jewellery maker is going to be able to provide their customers with genuine ruby. 345 carats of ruby available at a clearance price right now of $11.95. I'm going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Moving on now to beautiful green onyx. Now, we've seen a few varieties of black onyx so far this evening. That's the traditional colour tone you'd associate with this gemstone. But, as we've discussed, really important to offer your customers these alternatives. Some people may not even realise that green onyx exists. But I think it goes to highlight the fact that you are working on that higher level, the fact that you're able to source some of the rarer varieties of familiar gemstones. 80 carats of green onyx here. These are graduated flat drops. They range in size from 8 to 11 mil. And actually, I'm going to give everybody a quick counter, just so you know what you're getting hold of here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 on this particular strand. The guarantee is 80 carats, so could get very slight variations, so you might find you get 16, you might find you get 18. What you are guaranteed to do is get 80 carats of green onyx here. And of course you could create 5 or 6 matching sets, so you can match up similarly sized gemstones to create matching droplet earrings or a pendant. I mean, I think this is a really sort of bold, almost emerald green. Look beautiful on the neckline, this gemstone.
I actually
really
love this one more than anything else. So I love black onyx because it's a neutral, but this to me
it almost glows, doesn't it?
It does. It's just I got a pendant a long time ago, and I didn't actually know what gemstone it was. It was a gift, and I was just mesmerised by it, and I had to find out what it was, and then I tried to get some more, and I couldn't. It's one of those ones that's so difficult to get hold of.
Not always easy, because of course the more traditional varieties are what the big design houses want to get hold of, so those are the ones that the miners focus on, I guess. The black onyx. But of course here we've got beautiful green onyx. You're going to be kicking yourself that you agreed to do the show tonight now.
I know.
Have a look at this price point. $7.95. I mean, it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest quality onyx we can source for you. You can see the finish on the gemstones, again, that beautifully polished finish, which I think provides you with a really high-end look to your designs.
They are. They're like little dewdrops of green, just a really gorgeous green, because it's got a blue, almost a blue tone underneath it. It's not a real sort of grass green. It's just a most amazing
lagoon light blue tone, hasn't it?
You do. You want to just look into the gemstone. It draws you right in. They're beautiful.
Perfect as leaves within those floral motifs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could use this with, you know, your green fluorite or your green amethyst, and have that real tonal effect
nice
where
idea,
you bring those different colours of the green in, if you're looking for the nature.
If you had the emerald nuggets, you know, the rubies we just saw, if you had the emerald variety of that, those might work with it, because then you get the texture of the polished finish and the organic finish.
Yeah, I love that. That combination would be really beautiful, especially if you're making maybe your gemstone trees as well. You could have these really sort of dewy, glistening drops as leaves, as well as the nuggets of the emerald
variety. Yeah, that would look fantastic. Okay, this is available right now. Add it to your order price of just $7.95. That is an incredible opportunity. No wonder Veronica is multi-buying this strand. Congratulations to you. Only limited number remaining in stock. And we're going to move on now to offer you one of our little matrix collections of findings. This is all sterling silver. And I think, if my memory serves me right, you get 56 pieces. I know it came on the screen, but I was about to say it. That's why I smiled after the other thing. You know, I was just going to say 56 pieces. In my mind, I was thinking, is it 54 or 56? I was going to plump for 56. You do get the higher amount. You get 4 of your sterling silver bolt rings. You get 4 of your fish locks there. Those are 8x4 mil. You get 18 open jump rings, which are 5 mil in size, or opan jump rings, as it says on my information here. You get 2 of your sterling silver toggle clasps, 6 fancy earring findings, 3 pairs You get 20 of your sterling silver round beads. Those are 2.5 mil in size, so perfect little spacers within your designs. You get one of your sterling silver fine cross oval link chain, and the links there are 2 by 1.5 mil, and you get one of the larger extension chains, and the links there are 4 by 3 mil, and you've got those little stars to finish the design. So nice little bit of character just to show that you have sourced very high quality sterling silver here. We are going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction, only available for the next 60 minutes, of course. This has proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker, the perfect way to really invest in quite a comprehensive set of findings. Should be $21.95, but tonight, for the next hour, $17.95 once again, and add it to your order price when you consider what you're getting, because of course you've got semi-precious metals here in the form of sterling, silver, and you know, I know that lots of people like the array of findings we now provide because of the use of base metals, but again, I do think that if you are selling your designs or even giving them as gifts, you want to be working with either sterling silver or gold-plated sterling silver. Would you agree, Sarah?
I always have a stock of sterling silver findings, because when I get commissions in, I offer my clients that choice.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So they got the choice to say, yes, I'd like a sterling silver clasp, or I'd like the sterling silver shepherd's hooks, too many S's in there. And they've got that choice. And you know, I'll bring out the findings, so I'll bring out the standard silver plate on copper, and I'll bring out my sterling silver, and I can guarantee as soon as I say sterling silver or gold over sterling silver, they're way straight
magpie
towards,
inside them goes to that.
Yeah, because you know, especially if they're buying for a gift or it is for themselves to be maybe even an everyday piece, they want that longevity, they want that extra finesse maybe that the sterling silver brings.
Well, I think even if somebody is investing in a bespoke piece of jewellery, in fact probably especially in fact if somebody's investing in a bespoke piece of jewellery, if they are personally commissioning a piece, they want it to be a luxury sort of journey really. And I think that we've spoke about this before, but providing your customers with an actual experience is as much a part of the actual jewellery making journey, isn't it? Because if people have a decision to make, so if you can say, well, I've got rubies, I've got emeralds, and people have that choice, then all of a sudden that's when word of mouth will spread, because they know that you're really dedicating yourself to their design.
I mean, if I get local commissions, I always suggest that they come around to my home, or I can go to their home, and I take the gemstones with me. I take a beading tray with me or a mat, and we sit and we lay out the gemstones, we put the clasp in place, they can see exactly what it's going to look like,
way to do it,
and we take photos, and then I update them as the piece is made. So yeah, it's lovely for them to be able to have that choice.
Absolutely, and that's the nature of offering people a bespoke jewellery designs, particularly when they are giving you a personal commission. You've got to go above and beyond. You've got to make it a better experience than they would get at a high street jeweller's. That's when you're going to start to convert people to, you know, getting interested in bespoke jewellery designs. $17.95, only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. We've got a huge amount of people coming through on the phone lines. Lots to fit in before we bring you our next star buy. Where are we going to? Moving on now to, is that what it's been classified as? Pink amethyst. Can't agree with that. Multi-tonal amethyst, because you've got virtually every variety on one strand here, ranging from your pink amethyst to your lavender amethysts, maybe a little bit of Rose de France tones in there, all the way up to that traditional intense purple amethyst there. You can see there the variety of tones there, so not really fair to just classify this as pink amethyst in my opinion. Basically you've got every variety of amethyst on one strand. Now these are your polished plain rondelles. They range in size from 2x1 to 4x2, giving you 40 carats in total. Again, one of the most familiar gemstones available within the industry. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, representing the highest quality amethyst we can source for you. And here comes your price point. Sarah, look into the eyes, not around the eyes. Don't look at the price point, just stare at me.
Oh,
probably Sarah's favourite gemstone. She loves purple, am I right?
Oh, lovely, lovely. I love
Have
those
you seen the
small
price
dots.
point
No,
yet?
I haven't.
Oh, have a look.
Oh my goodness, I'd be snapping these up by the tens. They're absolutely
Unbelievable. You get a lot of
amazing.
gemstones on there as well, don't you? Just have a look at that. It's actually a 30 centimetre strand, but because the rondelles themselves are quite delicate, they're quite small, you get a lot of gemstones there. They're still going to make an impact on your designs because, especially if you've got that intense purple tone, you don't need a whole lot of them, do you?
I used a similar strand for one of the projects I'm going to show. I've got designed for tomorrow's show. There was some clear quartz version of the similar sort of thing, and they are just a joy to work with. They are so easy to incorporate.
So that's some good advice for everybody investing in this strand. If you tune in tomorrow morning at 9 a.m, you'll get a little bit of inspiration because Sarah's creative design using a very similar cut, but with more clarity.
Yes. And I've used
This is going to be a sellout strand, so we're going to leave it there. Sorry to interrupt there, Sarah, but it looks like that's my sellout strand. Don't want to disappoint anyone. We're going to move on. Yes, we had a request for some opal, and who was it that sent in that request? We'll find out. First of all, let's get the graphics on screen because we have got some beautiful Mexican fire opal. Probably my favourite variety of opal, actually. I know that traditionally people associate a little bit of colour play with the gemstone of opal. Fire opal doesn't traditionally exhibit that. I think that basically the way opal normally forms is that it's a very slow cooling process. So slowly the opal cools, and that allows a sort of grid formation to form within the surface of the crystal formation, and that gives you this sort of play of colour, which I think most people associate with the gemstone. Fire opal, on the other hand, cools very quickly. So what you actually have is, and I'm sure everyone will understand from the colour tones here, basically it's lava, it's fossilised lava. As it flows down the side of a volcano, you can imagine how dramatic a volcanic eruption is, but it needs the introduction of another element, usually water or silica or both, and those actually sort of infiltrate the lava while it is cooling. Normally a very slow cooling process. You can imagine that magma from the core of the earth is pretty warm, and then the water actually allows it to cool very quickly, and so as a result, instead of slowly forming this grid crystal formation, instead it fossilises. And you can see the intensity of those colour tones in the gemstone itself, ranging from these clearer tones to the honey or golden tones, up to the tangerines, all the way up to these rich, fiery red tones. That is actually known as cherry opal, the rarest variety of fire opal that we know of. And you've got plenty of cherry opal on this particular strand. 30 carats of fire opal here in your plain wheels, range in size from 4x1 to 7x3. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, it normally would cost $17.95. In 60 minutes, it will cost you $17.95. $17.95 represents the best value on the market, but right now we are taking this to a clearance price of $12.95. Once again, this could be a gemstone for anybody who's working on that level where they do have clients with a real depth of knowledge about gemstones and gemstone jewellery, and will appreciate the rarity of a gemstone like fire opal, generally found in Mexico. That's exactly where we've sourced this strand from, and right now you are receiving a £5 saving. So my producer once again has handed you back a crisp £5 note to try and make some of the rarest gemstones on the planet as accessible as possible. That's what we aim to do here at Jewellery Maker. That's our job here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, to pass our passion for genuine gemstones on to you. $12.95, that is an incredible deal. No wonder people multi-buying that. We're moving on. Oh, really? Okay. Single figures of availability. Another of our Matrix collections, this time featuring our favourite gemstone. So you've got 3 bezel set Labradorites here, all set into silver-plated copper. And How strange. The information says amethyst, but actually it is labradorite you're getting there. The 5 carat labradorite is 22 by 13. The other 2 smaller labradorites are 20 by 13. You've also got your silver plated copper chain. You've got 1/2 meter of chain there. You've got 2 pairs of shepherd hooks. You've got your little S hooks there. We saw being used to great effect by Sarah on her bracelet design. You've got your little toggle clasp, your jump rings as well. Perfect for creating a matching set of labradorite jewellery. And we know that labradorite is everybody's favourite gemstone, and the reason it's so popular is because it's so sellable. People create really profitable jewellery designs working with labradorite because it's the sort of optical phenomenon that lives within beautiful labradorite, which I think captures people's imagination. Often, when you're selling in certain settings, maybe a craft fair, you could just be selling to somebody who's potentially just being dragged around a village hall on a Saturday morning. I mean, that is the case, isn't it, with those traditional settings. But as soon as they see labradorite, they're sold. You've captured their imagination. All of a sudden, they understand the mystical properties attached to gemstones. And Sarah and I do quite a lot of shows together, so we've discussed this before, but you were saying it's the only gemstone that's really captured your husband's attention, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the only one that I've ever shown. I mean, he's seen lots and lots of kits, me designing lots of kits for Jewellery Maker, and it's the only gemstone he's actually said, "Oh, wow!"
What's
and
that?
yeah, because of the optical effect. And you know, because we were looking at the gemstone in the daylight, where you get lots and lots of that labradorescence coming from the gemstone, and he was actually quite impressed.
I bet. You can understand, I mean, when I first started working with the Genuine Gemstone Company, I really wanted a job in TV. That's what I'd studied, that's what I wanted to get into. But gemology, gemstones, they're just one of those things that once they've captured your attention, you just can't help but soak up more and more information on the subject. Available right now for $14.95, but we only have single figures of availability remaining in stock. I should say, if you are reading some confusing information on our website because there's a quotation of amethyst, don't worry, it is labradorite you're going to get. I'm going to be honest with you. Some lazy so-and-so's been cutting and pasting some info. That's all that's happened there. So the title's correct. Some of the info may say amethyst, but that's because we had an amethyst variety, and so you will receive labradorite, I assure you of that. We're going to leave that one with you at $14.95. Looks to me like that is going to be another sellout, and it's time now for yet another Starbucks. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. You know the deal. As soon as the graphics hit the screen, you can start to get involved with this deal. In fact, if you are watching us online at jewellerymaker.com, you can already see the price, and it is a true star buy offering this evening. The opportunity to add 3 strands for a price point which is completely ridiculous. I will just say that our star buys are usually going to be one of these 2 guises. So we're either going to offer you a wholesale deal on a collection of strands, or of course we're going to launch a premiere strand. So coming up in 45 minutes, our superstar buy is this incredible strand of labradorite. We've just been discussing the appeal of this particular gemstone. This is going to be launched at under £8 in about 45 minutes. Before that, I'm going to give everybody the chance to own 3 gorgeous strands of shell. Now, shell, one of those interesting minerals that allows us to incorporate quite large sizes but very lightweight pieces into our design, so it's quite versatile. On top of that, I would say that shell's more suited to the summer months. I could be wrong, maybe people integrate it into autumn and winter designs, but you can understand the correlation between shell and that tropical feel that it has and your holiday jewellery, for example, can't you?
Definitely.
Especially when you're looking at a colour tone like this. This is this rich, well, basically that is the colour that you want to see in the sky when you wake up and you're on holiday.
I should hope so, especially when you've paid all that money
Yes,
and flown
exactly.
all that way.
Yeah, that's what you paid for, isn't
Yeah.
it? To make sure you don't see a cloud in the sky. Okay. Now we only have a limited number available of this particular strand, and it looks like they're all being snapped up at jewellerymaker.com because they can already see the price point is under £10 for 3 strands. So if you want to get involved, if you want to avoid disappointment, don't forget you can always put the phone down, but when it's sold, if you miss it, you miss out. So start dialing that free phone number right now. I'm afraid you will not be at the front of the queue because so many people have already allocated the baskets, but at least you'll be in the queue. You'll be in the running to own this. It is going to be launched at under £10. Let me just take you through quickly exactly what you get. You have got your beautiful squares of shell, and the dimensions of that are 18mm. Then you've got your hexagons, which are 16mm in dimensions, and you've got your flat coins, which are 20mm. So all of these large enough to make a real impact on your designs, but of course, because they're not necessarily a gemstone, they're more of a mineral, they don't have to be the focal point of the design. They work perfectly as an accent as well. I mean, if you can imagine just, you know, just wearing your linens and just maybe 2 of the hexagons as a pair of earrings, I mean, it's perfect for your holiday jewellery, isn't it?
And you could make, you know, rings out of those hexagons, you know, make little wire work rings.
I wonder if you could set the diamond on an angle so it was the square on an angle so it was a diamond.
Yeah, you could do, yeah.
As a ring designer.
Because once you've got the wire running through it, you can actually then twist it and make it sit
hold
how
it wherever
you
it wants.
want it to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I was just thinking of that. Okay, how many of this particular bundle do we actually have in stock, producer Dion? How many? Just over 100 in stock. We haven't got 100 anymore. We haven't got 90 anymore. Haven't got 80 anymore. We haven't even got 60 anymore. We've got just over 50 bundles remaining in stock. Started with 120. Lots of people multi-buying this now. Anytime you have a blue gemstone and Dion's producing you, she goes a little bit low because she loves the colour tone so much. She wants basically everybody to be creating blue gemstone jewellery. Is that so you can buy some? You want it? Oh, she wants it. She wants it gratis. She wants you to send them in for her. She just wants everyone to share her passion for blue. Why do you love blue so much? Ah, it's the connection with nature then. It's because the sea's blue, the sky's blue. That's got a good reason really, actually. And here you have got a rich tropical sky blue tone from your 3 strands of shell, all available right now for under £10. Here comes your star buy price, $6.95 for 3 strands of shell here. And all the work has already been done for you because you've got those very distinctive shapes which are so synonymous with handmade jewellery actually, you know, the squares, the diamonds, the circles, the hexagons.
I mean, at that price, you could restrand that and make a belt out of it for your favourite dress. I mean, you've got enough there.
Fantastic idea, actually.
You know, maybe use a few bits of macrame techniques and knotting some hemp cord.
You could create a beautiful macrame bracelet using the squares, actually.
You could.
It'd be really comfortable on the wrist line.
They would, yeah, definitely.
Actually, all these shapes would work really well.
Oh, they would. They would indeed.
Okay, most people multi-buying this. So June, you've got 3. Nolene, you've got 2. Catherine, you've got 2. Joan, you've got 2. Anonymous buyers, you've got 2. So many people coming through now. It looks like we've created a short queue on the phone line. Don't panic if you do enter a queue. You will be answered in the order in which you dial. Make sure you speak to a member of the help team. They're the only ones who can guarantee whether or not you've been successful. Alternatively, if you are shopping at jewellerymaker.com, if you're placing this in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment because we've got a lot of interest on this particular bundle. We are now down to the final 33 bundles here, so it looks to me like it's going to be a sellout bundle at $6.95. I'm not really surprised. It has sold very, very quickly, approaching the treble figure mark of allocations there. Nearly 100 people adding this to their order tonight, but at $6.95 it really is incredible value, one not to be ignored. I'm going to leave that one with you, and if you are on the phone line, stay where you are. Everyone will get the opportunity to add that to their order. I can't guarantee everyone's going to be successful, but stay where you are, speak to a member of the help team, and hopefully you'll be able to get hold of that. It is an incredible price point, $6.95 for 3 strands of shell there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals, of course, the premiere launch of that strand of Labradorite, and more wire deals coming up as well. Don't go away, we'll be back in 2 minutes.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Want to learn how to make the most of your beading thread? Then come and join in the fun on our Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. Guest designer Gemma Crow will inspire you to design stunning feature pieces of jewellery that will help you to make use of your essential stash items. Full course includes a selection of beading thread, a selection of findings, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $64.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Late Show. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. Very, very busy night tonight. We've still got a slight queue on the phone lines for that clearance deal on the shell strand. So stay where you are if you're waiting for that particular strand. I am, of course, joined by lovely Sarah. How are you? You all right?
Very well, thank
Has
you.
she got you working on something else now?
It has,
Are you
yeah.
creating a design out of our superstar boy?
I am.
There you go. So we're going to get a little bit of inspiration as well. Now, I will say we've got quite a healthy quantity on this particular strand. Should have enough to go round, but who knows. Our superstar buy coming up at the end of the show. It tends to be our most exclusive launch of the night. And on this occasion, it's not because it's limited in its numbers, it's because of the price point. I can tell you, we are going to launch that strand of Labradorite at under £7.50. Can't say fairer than that. We're going to start the hour though with a wire deal. 100 metres of your 0.6mm Chartreuse wire. Now we know how popular this particular colour tone is of wire. Of course, lots of people choosing to create sort of inspired by Mother Nature like designs, and so the green tones work perfectly, and actually found this design here. I can't quite remember who put it together now, so I know I'm going to get in trouble.
Is that Karen?
Was it Karen Crawford? Could have been.
It might be.
If not,
Yeah.
somebody will text in now to tell me off for getting it wrong. So there you go. So that's exactly the kind of look you could create. That's the way the wire's going to look within the designs. That's quite good because it puts it into context for us. Of course, there are so many talented wire workers out there who will already be well aware of the opportunities that the Chartreuse wire offers you. It almost has a type of a sort of gold and shimmer to it, I find. That's the way I look at it. It's sort of like a lemon and lime tone. We are going to give everybody a deal. Of course, our price reductions are only ever available for 60 minutes. This is your 0.6mm wire, so very versatile, sort of sitting in the middle really, isn't it? So, you know, where you're leaning towards your 1mm as structural work and your 0.25 for more of the detailing, your 0.6 sits right in the middle, giving you lots of different design opportunities. $11.95. Brave, we've got to come in tomorrow, you know. Dion, you're going to see Hannah Roxby first thing in the morning, you know. Oh well, that's the producer's problem. 100 metres of Chartreuse wire in your 0.6mm gauge for $11.95, a true clearance price if ever I've seen one on wire. If you want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. That is a huge saving. Should be $19.95. Right now you can add to your order for $11.95. Lots of people flying through at jewellerymaker.com now and placing this in their basket. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And if you are shopping on the phones, then start dialing that free phone number right now to get involved with this deal. $11.95 for 100 metres of Chartreuse wire. Say again, sorry? Is WA America? I thought it'd be... Is it Washington? Yes, it is. Yeah, there you go. So we just went global with another deal. That really goes to highlight the value we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Easier for Sheila to source this from us here, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, rather than to stroll around the capital of the states. $11.95. You know we're a global company these days, but we're all still sad enough to get excited by it. $11.95 is the deal for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to $19.95. So a real steal of a deal there. Sorry, I didn't hear that then. Right. Antique bronze copper findings pack here. Now traditionally you get these as part of our jewellery making kits, and when I was in charge that was the only way you were allowed to sell them. But now you've got lovely sales managers and product teams who let our producers bring them to you as part of wholesale deals. So everything you could possibly need. Say again, sorry? Oh, okay. So it's just because we're on a last of stock, so I'm hearing. They haven't changed my rules too much. So these are your star-shaped head pins. For example, these are just one of the items you get in here, and again provide you with lots of character within your designs. So 5-pointed star there, but you get 3 different kinds of head pins, one of which are those very fine ones, and I wish we could work it out, but they must be finer than 0.4, because we know the 0.4 wire sometimes struggles to go through the rondelles, but these seem to go through them very easily. I've used them to create an earring design using the canary sapphire rondelles. So those were as small as 2 by 1 mil, in fact, and they went through it, through the drill hole. So they're quite fine, aren't they?
They do. I think they're about a 0.25 or 0.3.
Yeah, I think they must be 0.25.
Yeah, they're very fine, yeah.
So these are really, really useful. You've also got a metre of chain, you've got your toggle clasp, you've got your ribbon cord endings, your crimp bead covers, you've got these little floral spacers. All in all, 115 pieces. You've got your antique bronze finish. So again, perfect for those classic vintage designs. There's everything you're going to get. Perfect, thank you, Director Ryan. And that really enables you to expand your collection of findings, because of course we know how frustrating it can be as jewellery makers to get halfway through the design process and find that you haven't got the finding you require to finish the piece. Once again, we're sending a pack over to Sheila in the States, over in Washington. That really goes to highlight the value we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price. $7.95 for 115 pieces of your antique bronze plated copper findings pack, and they really are essential. They've got everything you need and then some, actually, because you know the little detailed matte finish slider clasp there, you're not going to see that day in day out, are you? You're only going to see that as part of this findings pack here on Jewellery Maker. You've got your shepherd hooks, of course, they're essential. Those ribbon cord endings, I know how popular they are. They allow people to create a very professional finish to maybe some of the disciplines that could potentially look a little bit more craft-like traditionally. So your braiding techniques, for example, or even what you were describing before with the wire ends. You say, like, if you just left them and twisted them, it might look a little bit straggly or whatever, but because of the ribbon cord ending, provided a very...
It does. They do hide a multitude of sins, so to speak.
That's what
They
it
allow
is.
you
That's
to-
the way of putting it.
They allow you to sort of hide those multiple ends, whether you're doing your kumihimo or whether you're doing your braiding, in a really easy way. Whereas before we might have had to wire wrap them, or possibly try and sort of knot them back on themselves or something like that, try to hide them.
This just eradicates that
That's it,
problem.
gone.
One fell swoop, very simple solution. We're going to move on though. We've got lots to fit in. We're going to stick with the essential findings. This time, what looks to me like sterling silver spacer beads. Now these would be perfect within some of those disciplines we've just been talking about. For example, maybe your kumihimo, your macrame designs. You could actually incorporate your sterling silver beads as opposed to gemstones. Of course, they also allow you to make your genuine gemstones go that little bit further, acting as gorgeous spacer beads and sterling silver. So very, very high-end finished tea designs. 4mm in size, and you actually get 40 as part of this particular item. The perfect way to stock up on what many jewellery makers would consider to be an essential item, is sterling silver spacer beads. 40 in total. And my producer's telling me she's going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Currently available for £9.95. Wow. Sterling silver beads for under £10. Absolutely incredible. But not tonight. For the next 60 minutes, add them to your order for £6.95. And I will just say one thing. These are 4mm in size. That must be at least a 1mm, maybe a 2mm drill hole through the centre. So lots of design scope with this particular item because they're so versatile. They're going to suit so many different designs. A clearance price for sterling silver beads. Again, the perfect way to elevate your designs onto that next level, to provide your customers with a very, very professional finish. Lots of people multi-buying that particular item. I'm not surprised. It's a wholesale deal, £6.95 for 40 sterling silver beads. We'll leave that one with you. We'll move on. Move on to gorgeous lavender amethyst. Faceted ovals here. Absolutely exquisite. The finish on the gemstones is spectacular. Really sparkly. I mean, I knew there'd be one lady in the room who'd be appreciating these gemstones.
Oh, they're lovely.
Sarah's favourite gemstone, isn't it? Beautiful
It
purple
is.
amethyst.
It is. I absolutely love amethyst in any colour tone. It really doesn't matter what tone it is.
This is quite interesting actually because it's somewhere in between the really pale lavender amethyst and these sort of traditional purple amethyst.
It's sort of what I would call almost a blush amethyst. It's in the middle. It's not your sort of pink amethyst, which is at the other end. It's sort of in the middle, a bit of a blush.
Yeah, absolutely. But despite the fact that we're dealing with a very recognisable gemstone, very popular gemstone, as you can see, our designers love to work with amethyst, I would still say that on this particular strand, it comes down to the lapidary work. That checkerboard faceting is really allowing it to, well, sparkle really. That's the only word I can use to describe what you're getting here.
I mean, you've got the beautiful gemstone, and then you've just created the aspect that allows it to sing and dance around the neckline, and that's what faceting is all about. It's about enhancing that beauty that's already there and just allowing the light just to really capture your imagination with those gemstones.
These gemstones actually have such an impact, such a significant look that you wouldn't even need to necessarily, you know, use them in traditional jewellery designs. You could use these in all kinds of things. You know, I see people who just sort of decorate their house with things like this. Like you could actually create. People cut them up, put them in a bowl.
I know. If my husband would let me, I'd have amethyst on my sort of curtain tie backs and on
that's
the.
actually what I was thinking.
You know, the light pulls.
Yeah,
I'd make beautiful.
Pulls. That's what I was actually thinking of. The largest one as like a light.
He won't
pull.
let me.
I don't see why not. You're adding value to your property then. That's the way to sell it to him. Beautiful amethyst here, faceted to perfection. If Angela is watching, she's a regular contributor to the show, and she is the person responsible for the saying, you can't go wrong with a little bit of sparkle. Start dialing that free phone number right now because this is a Gems of Distinction strand. Oh, really? We're going even lower. Told you she was feeling generous. A Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst. A lot of time and dedication gone into this strand to create that very uniform checkerboard faceting, and right now a clearance price, $8.95 for gorgeous purple amethyst, faceted to perfection, and just hopefully we can appreciate this faceting. Look at that. You can see the way that because the facets are so uniformed, the light actually moves across the surface in a very, very uniformed way. It's almost dictating the way the light will move across the surface of the gemstone. So that's what creates this sparkle-like effect. So many people flying through now at jewellerymaker.com. If you want to add this to your order, it will only be available at that price point, which is essentially a clearance price for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to Vidya, Chris, Dale, Sheila, Linda, Pamela, Claudia. If you want to get involved, act now to avoid disappointment. Hugely impressive strand there. Ridiculous clearance price. I'm going to leave that one there. It's this. And push to the back. And this is one of these really comprehensive findings packs because it contains everything you need to create beautiful jewellery designs and then some. So we've only got just over 20 remaining in stock, so this could be a sellout offer tonight. You've got smoky quartz, labradorite and garnet in here, probably 3 of our most popular gemstones at Jewellery Maker. Talking about, right, 100 carats in total of smoky quartz, 100 carats of labradorite and 100 carats of garnet, 300 carats of gemstones all in all, and those are your top drilled droplets. They're 3x2 mil in size, so again, very easy to incorporate into your designs. Top of that, got these beautiful multi-tonal hematites in your stars and hearts. Wow. Those would be perfect for youngsters if you're creating designs with your little ones. I imagine them really falling in love with the metallic shimmer and the shapes.
Yeah, Vincent loves anything like that. He really does love those metallics.
Vincent's your 6-year-old son?
He's a bit older than that.
9-year-old
He's
son.
9 now.
Yeah, sorry. Do you know what it was? He's 6 when I started on the channel. He's 9 now. At least I figured it out quickly. So Vincent's 9 now. So that's your son. He loves jewellery making.
Oh gosh, yeah, he absolutely loves it. And you know, it's just anything that sort of he can make for his teachers or the friends in his class. He'll make make just nice little.
He's a popular
presents.
man then.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone looks forward to sort of the end of term.
End of term, because I know Vincent's coming in with some bespoke jewellery. Like it.
He does, and you come home and he'll say, "I need to make, I need to make some bracelets or something," and he'll just sit and design them all for himself. So he absolutely loves it.
That's very, very impressive. I wonder if I can get my 9-year-old to do that. Then have a look at these. These are your little detailed beads here, and you've got 4 individual finishes there. You've got the rose gold finish, yellow gold finish, gunmetal finish and silver finish. Really interesting these because they've almost been sandblasted to create this glittery effect, but then they carve little shapes out of the surface of the gemstone to really allow that sort of stardust finish to come to life. So you've got all of those as well. Doesn't end there, because you've also got these gold-plated findings here, gold-plated copper and antique bronze-plated copper, and you've got your jump rings, your charms, which actually could be metal stamped. They're like little blanks. You've got your heart shapes, your stars in there as well. You've got your shepherd hooks, your spacer beads, your chain as well. So, a huge collection of items here, including 100 carats of smoky quartz, 100 carats of garnet, 100 carats of labradorite. And look at all of those findings there. Seriously impressive collection of findings and gemstones. We started with just over 20 in stock. We've now got 15 remaining. If you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price tonight. $34.95. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing right now. Again, You've always got a 30-day money-back guarantee with everything you buy here at Jewellery Maker. So really, you've got 30 days to get this home, appreciate the items. Nice. Okay, despite the fact that we've already had plenty of interest in this particular item, I told you my producer was feeling generous. She's saying for the last few in stock, because she wants it to be a sellout this evening, she's going to give you a clearance price. Once again, she's taken this down to $29.95. So again, handing you back a crisp £5 note. Congratulations to everybody who came through already on the phone lines and at jewellerymaker.com. You will all pay the same final low price. I mean, elsewhere, would you be really offended if somebody asked you to pay $29.95 for 100 carats of smoky quartz? Probably not. Doesn't sound ridiculous, does it? 100 carats of garnet for $29.95. Okay, how about this? Let's break it down. 100 carats of garnet for £10. 100 carats of smoky quartz for £10. 100 carats of Labradorite for £10. Sounds quite fair to me. 300 carats of gemstones. You get that as part of this collection, all for $29.95. You also get your findings in those two unique finishes, that yellow gold plating and the antique bronze plating, and you also get these very unique findings in the form of your star and heart-shaped hematite, as well as those little stardust spacer beads. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. $29.95, a clearance price for one of the most comprehensive findings collections we've ever put together, particularly when you consider that you get 300 carats of gemstones in the form of smoky quartz, labradorite and garnet with this collection. That price point only available for the next 60 minutes. So if you have got involved on the phone line, saying congratulations to you. We've got single figures of availability remaining in stock, and it will stay at that price for the next 60 minutes. But before that, it's time for us to give you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for the final Star Buy of the night, and the reason I say that is because in 20 minutes time, that's not a Star Buy. That's our super Star Buy. The premiere launch of this strand of Labradorite coming up in just about 20 minutes, I would say. Let me just show you the Labradorescence, because it is here in abundance. I don't know why it's not coming through on screen, but I can see it. There you go. It's coming through. I can see that in every gemstone. This is going to be launched at under £7.25 in just 20 minutes time, so not long to wait. But before that, got another double whammy of Star Buys, and again, we're bringing you some of your essential findings. These are something a little bit special, actually. These are little floral connectors. So much detail on the surface of this finding. Look at this. Sam goes to all the effort of creating a foolproof way of me demonstrating findings, and I still managed to drop it. Unbelievable. So these are your gold-plated sterling silver flower connectors. I mean, as I say, look at the level of detail on those. They're so... Well, actually, I'm going to use my producer's word. They're so cute. They are indeed. That's what Freddie says now. That's my son. That's all he ever says. We're walking down the road and he'll see a dog and be like, look, Daddy, that doggy's so cute. He's adorable. Where does he get it from? It's obviously people talking about him. That's what it is. And he's just transferring it to any other creature he sees. But have a look at these. They are pretty adorable, actually. They're going to really enhance your jewellery designs and provide you with certain level of attention to detail that, again, I think will set you apart from other jewellery makers. Now, this is another wholesale Star Buy offering. Normally, you can buy these as a 2-pack, and it will cost you $7.95. Today, we have bundled 2 packs together, so now you get 4, and of course, we have an exclusive wholesale price tonight. Gold-plated sterling silver. Now, once again, we're talking about high end on top of high end here. I would say a precious metal on top of a semi-precious metal there in terms of gold plated silver, but also it's the amount of work and detail that's gone into the piece itself that provides you with real value within your designs. People can see a genuine attention to detail. Lots of metal used within each piece, so you get a very solid finish to your designs. You could use these as connectors within your designs, or you could fashion them into a beautiful clasp as well. And I think if you are creating a floral design, which I know is a very popular motif within handmade jewellery designs, this would be the perfect way to complete those designs. Would you agree, Sarah?
Yeah, they are beautiful. I use these a lot if I'm making things like the pearl pieces.
Okay.
And I use them just as a centre of a pearl bracelet or neckline piece.
See that?
So yeah, it's just really
pearls are quite neutral, aren't they? Not just in their colour tone, but in their look within the designs, aren't they?
And it just makes your design stand out a little bit from everybody else's, because you've got to do something a little bit different. Or you can use them on the back of an extender, on the back of an extender cord.
As a little bit of
and then you put that in there and put one of the gemstones just on the bottom of the flower. So it's just really nicely
almost become a little trademark, can't it? Then?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 of these would normally cost you $7.95, but tonight we've got a star buy clearance price, and here it comes. Should be $9.95. That's the get the bundle approved price. Now Dion's going to give you her price. Buy one, get one for £1. $7.95 for 4. Oh no, buy one, get one free. I thought, in my brain, I thought you were going to go to $8.95, and I decided that would be the price. Should probably wait till it comes on screen. $7.95, buy one, get one free. You know what this means? I can go from being the second most annoying person, sorry Pete, what am I saying? The third most annoying person on TV to the first. I said, you buy one, you get one free. You buy one, you get one free. If people have seen that really annoying Northern man and they know what I'm talking about, they're laughing a little bit. If they've never seen that man, they actually think that I'm losing my mind. Don't worry, Pete, still the second most annoying person on TV. Look at his little face. Oh, I feel bad now. Do you know what? Don't worry. Your jewellery making fan club will hunt me down for that one, Pete. Jewellery maker, ba 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 ba.
Jewellery maker, jewellery maker, ba 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 ba. Jewellery maker.
Pete. Get some important information coming through from the management team. You're fired, right? Oh, Chestnut. That's our tech op, Pete. He's loving it. He's loving the opportunity to perform for everyone. You can see, look at his face. Look how excited he is. Honestly, you've had everybody on the channel in bits from 1 PM on Sunday afternoon, so well done to you. $7.95 right now. Buy one, get one free offer on what I would consider an essential finding for most jewellery makers. In fact, let's stick with the 925 sterling silver and give you another essential finding at a star buy price. Once again, Sam's made a foolproof way for me to present findings. I love it. So, these are all sterling silver, but you get 10 of your 95 sterling silver lobster core clasp, and you get 10 of your gold-plated sterling silver clasp, I should say. The other 5 of each are in this dish here. So there you go. So you actually get 10 in total. There's everything you're going to get. Now, your lobster core clasp, probably the most traditional fastening for most bracelets or necklaces, certainly on the high street. And as a result, these are an essential finding for any jewellery maker. We know. In fact, this is, for me, the frustration I felt. I completed my first ever chainmail design and I didn't have a clasp at home to complete it. Very, very frustrating. Fortunately for me, I work at Jewellery Maker, so I was here the next morning, I could get one. But I imagine most people watching the show tonight don't have that privilege. They don't work at this fantastic company. So if you want a clasp, you need to order one. This is a wholesale deal, and of course you're getting both metal tones here, sterling silver and yellow gold plated sterling silver, so something for any jewellery making scenario. If you want to get involved, this is a wholesale deal, the perfect opportunity to stock up on this essential finding. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number, because here comes your star buy wholesale price. $7.95. Caught me catching flies there. $7.95. I was not expecting to see Lobster Claw Clasp go that low. It's really a simple question of supply and demand. We know everybody needs them, so we don't need to go that low. But that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We make essential findings as accessible as possible. We are determined to provide the best value on the market, and that's why tonight we have been going above and beyond. $7.95 for 20 Lobster Claw Clasp. So you get 10 of your sterling silver and 10 of your yellow gold plated sterling silver, all for $7.95. Something just doesn't add up there, but that's the price point. Take advantage of it while you can. It is of course a star buy deal. That's why we've got so many people multi-buying this particular item, because we are providing you with a wholesale deal on an essential finding. Sterling silver as well. Absolutely incredible. $7.95. I'll let you deal with the fallout from that one in the morning, do. Taking findings that low. Have a look at this particular strand. It's going to be launched in about 10 minutes time as our superstar buy. Now I should say we have handed one of our samples over to the gorgeous Sarah. So she's working with this particular strand right now, so we're going to get a little bit of designer inspiration as well. I'm just trying to isolate a little bit of Labradorite. There's plenty on the strand, but for some reason, because of where the facets are, the studio lights don't really seem to be doing this gemstone justice. There's so much Labradorite coming out of this. And I can tell you that it will be launched in about 10 minutes at under £7. So fired. Right, where we go? 11 or 7? 7. This is going to sound silly, but this almost, when I just caught a glance at it then, it almost looks like cow print, which is actually really on trend. Loads of people are incorporating, yeah. Have you not seen that? You know what a cow looks like, right? Black and white, yeah. So basically that, but printed on clothing. We got there in the end with my director and producer. 400 carats in total. Do you know what I mean? Now that you see it. Sarah knew what cow print was. She wasn't phased. She's a designer. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total. That again is an approximation. You get 400 carats. But these are crying out to be used as pendants, I would say. The focal point of a design. And it's because of this unique facet. I've managed to catch one there in the light. These are twisted agate ovals, and so they've got these irregular facets on the surface. Can you see that there? Beautiful. See the way the light's reflecting on a huge table on the surface of the gemstone. Love this because of course this could be the perfect focal point for a monochrome design, which are very, very popular, aren't they? They are 35 by 25 mil in size. I would say each one large enough to be used as a pendant. 400 carats in total. Here comes your price point this evening. $6.95. Another, add it to your order price for a very, very popular gemstone, a very significant look, and I think that most jewellery makers out there can appreciate the value behind this particular strand because everyone is flying in at jewellerymaker.com. Julie, you've just arrived on the free phone number. You've got 2 of these heading your way. Congratulations to Nicola, Vanda, Rachel, Gillian. So many people getting involved now. $6.95. So if you've already got a P&P up and running, if you've paid your $2.95 for today, you can add this to your order for just $6.95. Sam, you're a genius. Get over here. Why? Am I not allowed to show that?
Yeah,
Oh, right, okay.
Right,
Look, Sam's just come up with a great idea.
Am I allowed to show this?
Yeah, just show it. I'll deal with the forelock, don't worry. There you go. I'll cover that bit, there you
Yeah.
go. Then we can't see whose that is. Perfect, I never even saw that when I looked at it. There's one in particular that's got a dot in it, hasn't it? I can see the one there. It has a bit of a yin-yang feel to it. Oh, am I covering up? There we go. There you go. That's a great idea, Sam. Good thinking. Sam creates her own jewellery designs as well, so she's provided us with a bit of inspiration there. I never even saw the yin-yang thing. I was too busy thinking about cows. $6.95 for 400 carats. Normally they say boo. That's not Sam said if you're still struggling in there, she can Google a picture of a cow for you both. Cheek from Tech Up, Sam. I like it. Keep them on their toes, Sam. Right, we're going to move on. Where are we going to? How many of these have we got? We know who's staying behind to pack up the gemstones when we go up there tonight, said Director Ryan there. Mr. Sam. Look at this now. This is just a prediction. Sarah's favourite strand of the night. Look, that's a really vivid purple, isn't it?
It is. It's really got that sort of ultraviolet feel coming through there.
Yes. It's actually because this is quartzite that's been dyed this colour, so the dye is really taken beautifully, hasn't it?
Yeah, I absolutely love that colour. I think it would work beautifully if you have a few, like those larger faceted amethysts we had earlier.
Yes.
You don't want to use them all in one go. This would be a great way to sort of disperse
Space them out and make them go a little bit further.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And for some reason, whenever I see puffy coins, I always think of bracelet designs. It's really comfortable on the wrist.
They do sit beautifully, but they sit really nicely around the neckline.
Ignore my hairy man wrist.
But they make beautiful earrings. They're great if you're using in your braided bracelets.
Earrings is a good idea, because then of course you can maximise massively on the strand. You only need two.
And because they've got such a pop of colour as well, you could only, if you only wanted to use two, and then maybe some clear quartz or something like that.
Clear quartz, actually. Or rose quartz would look quite nice. Well, quite feminine there.
But I would put smoky quartz with it quite happily. Okay. I would put onyx with it. Any of those sort of colour tones, or your pearls.
Work with any metal tone as well, whether it be silver or gold plate, even rose gold will work with it as well.
And if you want to take it a completely different look, what about a hematite or pyrite with it, and just use those gemstones as well.
Very good idea. So these are your 10mm purple quartz coins. Lots of interest already coming through at jewellerymaker.com. If you want to get involved, you can dial that free phone number just like Vidya has. Whoa, $4.95. I was not expecting a genuine gemstone to go that low. But as I say, that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We're not trying to devalue gemstones, but we are trying to provide everybody with the best value on the market. Good thinking, Vidya. You came through early to get hold of one. As soon as you saw the price point, you took two. That's the way to do it. That's the way to maximise on the value that we offer, and of course make the most of your 1 P&P per day. June, you've got 3, so congratulations to you. Looks to me like this strand is going to be a sellout this evening. We're going to move on. Don't forget that Labradorite coming up in probably less than 5 minutes time now. Whoa, look at this. Well, not just any smoky quartz either. Coated smoky quartz. These are large nuggets. They range in size from 10 by 6 to 20 by 16. It is smoky quartz and it is faceted nuggets of this size, so I'm sure that's the right code. But you'd expect it to be part of the classification because it's so significant to the overall look of the strand itself. This gorgeous coating. It's actually allowing it to pick up on different colour tones. It's almost giving it a metallic shimmer from some angles as well. I've never seen this variety of coated smoky quartz previously. It's quite interesting actually because you've got quite an organic feel from the irregularities in the cut and the faceting, but then quite unusual finish to the gemstone itself, which doesn't look organic at all, because of course you can see here that we've enhanced the overall look of the gemstone with that coating. Really interesting. So it's almost providing you with a juxtaposition within one gemstone. You've got the organic nature from the irregularity in the shape, but then almost a very sort of enhanced look from the coating itself. I don't have a lot of this to go round. Limited edition strand, and we only have a limited number remaining in stock. When you see the price point, you'll understand why it's been so popular. $7.95. I should say that when you look closely at the gemstone, you can still see that sort of chocolate brown clarity that comes through, but from a distance you're going to see that sort of metallic shimmer. You can see that coating picking up certain colour tones. Gorgeous smoky quartz. $7.95. This is once again coming from our Gems of Distinction range. Gorgeous. Lots of people coming through at jewellerymaker.com now. If you want to get hold of one of the last few of this strand that we have in stock, then start dialing that free phone number now. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. I'm going to leave it on there. I'm going to bring you probably the rarest variety of garnet available. One location gemstone found in the Tsavo National Park in Kenya, and only discovered in the late 60s by a man named Campbell R. Bridges, and dedicated his whole life to gemology and gemstone hunting, to the point where he actually relocated to Kenya and he lived in a tree house in the national park, the Tsavo National Park, because he had found a grossular garnet variety up in the hills, and he wanted the opportunity to really excavate certain areas within the national park in order to discover whether there was a proper deposit of this gemstone there. I think he went through quite a long, drawn-out process in order to gain the permit, because you can't just go around digging up pieces of natural beauty unless you can provide a lot of evidence to suggest there's something worthwhile in there. He did eventually get his permit and did discover tsavorite garnet, as usual. It was the exclusive right to sell, which was bought up by Tiffany's, and they were responsible for naming the gemstone after the area in which it had been found, the Tsavo National Park. It became tsavorite garnet. But we don't see huge deposits of this. In fact, when we first started mining for it in the early 70s, I think there were around about 40 commercial mines in the region. Now we're down to about 4 commercial mines. So you could say that despite the fact that you've got a very similar colour tone that you'd find in the likes of emerald, for example, probably if tanzanite is 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, this is easily 1,000 times rarer than emerald, I would say. So few commercial mines in operation, and of course a one location gemstone. 45 carats in total. Again, you've got these beautifully polished rondelles, so quite a high-end finish to the gemstone. And again, this is your opportunity to provide your customers with some of the rarest gemstones on the planet. $14.95 is your price point this evening for a Gems of Distinction strand of gorgeous tsavorite garnet. And producer Dion, as has been her MO this evening, is going to give us an exclusive price reduction. Of course, it will only be available for the next 60 minutes. $9.95, taking tsavorite garnet under £10. I mean, you know, of course we don't know what's going to happen to gemstones in the future. I mean, it might be that we uncover another source of tsavorite garnet tomorrow, and we've got lots of tsavorite garnet floating around. But what if we don't? in another 40 years, who knows if we'll even have 4 commercial mines actually locating this gemstone. There's probably, I would think, well, there's easily 4,000 to 5,000 emerald mines in operation across the world, in Colombia, in Brazil, in Zambia, other regions in South America as well where we locate emerald. So there could be up to 5,000 commercial emerald mines in existence. There's 4 tsavorite garnet mines, and who knows how long they'll be in operation for. So potentially, who knows, this could end up being a real investment piece. And of course, I think it's nice to incorporate rarer gemstones into bespoke jewellery designs, because of course we already know they're going to be a one-of-a-kind.
I mean, if you were lucky enough to get the larger faceted green
the green amethyst,
the 3 on the strand,
concave cut, yes.
They just
it's the perfect accent, isn't it?
But I mean, you know, you're going to have such a high-end piece, because you've got a high-end focal gemstone, high-end detailed gemstone to go with it.
Very rare gemstone,
and how beautiful to have that one-off piece.
That is a brilliant combination and a fantastic piece of jewellery to own. I mean, I leave that one with you because it is now time for me to bring you a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our superstar buy. This is going to be our final shopportunity of the evening. Your chance to really maximise on your 1 P&P per day, because we're about to launch a premier strand of Labradorite. And I've already pretty much told you the price point we're going to bring it to you for. As soon as the graphics hit the screen, you can start getting involved, and that is why I have got so many people allocating this to their orders at jewellerymaker.com. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Put yourself at the front of the queue for 45 carats of gorgeous Labradorite. We know why this gemstone is so popular, and it has been voted as your favourite gemstone over the last 2 years here at Jewellery Maker, because we brought you an exclusive award show, and we allowed you to vote in certain categories online, one of which was your favourite gemstone to work with. I think it should have been called your most profitable gemstone. This tends to be the one where people tell me that they make the most money from selling Labradorite. It just captures people's imagination. It really embodies the mystical properties we associate with genuine gemstones. It's actually a little bit difficult for me to show the Labradorescence on set. I'm not sure why we're struggling so much, because there's so much Labradorescence in the strand itself. You can see it, can't you?
I can see it on the piece I've made from here. I can see it coming off it, so it's definitely there. It's just really, it's playing hard to get, I think.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just because there's multiple light sources, but there you go, you can see some golden Labradorescence on this gemstone. You've got the blues and greens coming through at the tip of this gemstone, so lots and lots of Labradorescence there, and it's this gorgeous optical effect which enhances the gemstone and really captures people's imagination. These are your top drill drops, faceted to perfection once again, so you get that play of light. It allows that optical phenomenon to come to the forefront of your design. They range in size from 9 by 6 mil up to 15 by 10 mil, so they're going to make a real significant impact on your designs. Now, everybody who is adding this to their basket at jewellerymaker.com can already see our exclusive launch price. I can't guarantee we're going to be honouring this price tomorrow morning. Hopefully we will, but all I know is this is your best opportunity to get involved with this strand. The first time we've seen it, and an exclusive launch price of under £7 this evening. £6.95 for genuine Labradorite. And of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We lab test each and every gemstone to ensure it is exactly what we say it is. I'm just going to do a quick count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 gemstones on this particular strand. Could be ever such slight fluctuations. We're going to quickly move over to Sarah then and see what she's created with the design. $6.95 for faceted droplets. You loving that, Sarah?
I am. I don't feel guilty about using so many on one
I was
hair
going to
comb
say, you've made a very gem-heavy piece,
Yeah.
but at this price, you can afford to do
I
that,
don't feel
right?
guilty at all, and it just, you know, really allows you to
And your
create
design's
things.
actually allowing that
Yeah.
Labrador essence to come to the surface of the gemstone. Can we see that there?
Yeah, there you go. That one in the corner there's
It's that one
definitely
there, isn't it?
going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Most people adding 2 strands of this Labradorite to their order. So congratulations to Suzette. Caller in Cheshire, Alison. Irish, you've got 2. Okay. And that wasn't the best deal of the night. Okay. Basically, producer Dion is saying to me that as good as that deal is, she wants to beat it. She can do a better
You've
deal.
been holding out on me. Where's that been hiding?
Look at this. Faceted sapphire. Pink and white sapphires on one strand here. Whoa, that is seriously sparkly. Sarah looks really disappointed now that she didn't get to make jewellery out of this strand. 70 carats in total, and again, you're looking at your faceted rondelles. They range in size from 4x2 to 6x3, so a very significant feel to this particular cut, because the rondelles are a little broader than we normally see, aren't they?
They're really substantial gemstones on that strand. It's lovely. I mean, you know, just even if you only wanted to use a couple of them, you're going to get real impact from
Yeah, I'd
them.
love to use the white sapphire as an accent.
Definitely.
Oh, and producer Dion just said in my ear, I'm going to tell everybody, he said, I'm going to get in so much trouble for what I'm about to do. You know what that means. That's your call to action. Start dialing the free phone number. Here comes your price point. Well, here comes the price point you should be paying, $29.95. We're not staying there tonight. I'm a bit worried now. You've got me a bit nervous. Oh, okay, she's saying for me to have a guess. I hope I don't undermine your reduction now. I'm going to go for $19.95. I think you're brave enough to give everybody a £10 saving on one of the big 4.
I wouldn't have gone there.
Well, I'm not saying she should. I'm saying I know Dion so well. She's a very brave producer. So, a £10 saving for one of the big 4.
Oh, wow.
Above and beyond, she's also taken your P&P off the price down to $16.95. Wow, just look at the size. I mean, that in the centre there, that's just a ruby, basically.
That's beautiful. Good quality on there as well. It's
Unbelievable,
just amazing.
right?
And the facets are catching so much light, and it's really hard to see in the studio, but from here it's just whooshing with light off those facets. And you know, even if you just wanted to create something just simply stunningly beautiful and just restrand that with a few spacer beads.
My producer wanted to give everybody the opportunity to get one of the big 4 in their collection tonight, and there are lots of people flying through at jewellerymaker.com adding this to their basket. $16.95, a serious reduction for one of the big 4 there, only available for the next 60 minutes, and that leaves me just enough time to basically say a big thank you to Sarah and of course all the crew, my producer, my director, and you at home for joining us. Thank you. Join us again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Good night.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Makers, how are you? Today is a glorious day here on the Designer Inspiration Show. I'm Jenny Cleary and I'm going to be taking you through from now until 5. That's my actual name right there in words. We are going to be bringing you not one sexy guest designer today, but 2